Welcome back to the easiest job ever. Oh my. Why is there smoke coming out of here? Right? I gotta remember the controls. Okay. Okay, I think I can play the game a little bit. Good morning, Loner. Good morning, Walker. So, I looked out my window and I saw that nonsense out there. Not sure what that's all about, but we're not there yet. We're 90%ing. Although I'm going to need some advice on that when somebody who knows this game pops in. But let's see if we're done with this at least. I think we are. Looks like we are, okay. Let's go make sure. Okay, so that hasn't changed. Yeah, I saw that go out here. I haven't played it on PC yet, but, you know, it's amusing, because... Yeah. What's funny is, I'm pretty sure at this point I still have never done the 200 lightning dodges legitimately. This way, I think? Yes, this looks right. Maybe? We have not been keeping up our maintenance on this shit. My goodness. Look at this. There we go. Why is there snow built up on the... You know what, I don't even care. So is this new area? Alpine something? There we go. Okay. There's apparently a rift near some barrels of hay. Got it. Do whatever you'd like. Okay. That's different. I guess we'll see what that's all about. Wow, we're way up here, too. That's not creepy at all. Has anybody lived here? Other than spiders, obviously. fix it. How did it go? Also, I didn't realize those were still going, to be completely honest with you. I figured such events had been cancelled, because, you know, the same reason they were cancelled last year. Good morning, Ann, did he? Plushies are always awesome, so it works for me. Okay. And I thought we were high up already, but apparently we're going higher. Note to self, don't let go at this point.
I don't know much about the goats up here, but we try to give them a wide berth. If you get in their way, they tend to be a bit pushy.
Before we do anything else, we have to hit the rift. Of course, it's a pink one. Hey, Don Crow. Got a little physics bug there. Can we stand on the trees? We can't. Okay. Wasn't sure. What amuses me, Trek Reviewer, is how many people don't know that still. Like, I've still had people going, what? When I mentioned it a year ago in the video that just went live yesterday. Good morning, Dust Spider. It worked last time. Whatever. Okay, that's really strange, but whatever. Okay. It's gonna be this low death here. Hey, Lord Harrimont. Bet you got it fixed relatively quickly. Hello, Mr. Goat Person. Okay, whatever. We'll leave him alone, I guess. Hey, Melkor Blade. Thank you, as always, for the sub. And as always, if you know where you want to put it, please let me know. Trails in the sky too. You got it. Done. Whoops. Ew. There we go. Got my controller for a second. I didn't get a page on this level. I haven't been up there yet, though. Well, let's see if there's anything up here. Damn it, Jesse. I had a random thought today. Obviously, I don't mind covering Trek, because I like Trek, and I like covering Trek. And it's been fun, you know, having covered all of Trek at this point. But I have literally made no money on any of my Trek stuff ever. Which is just funny to think about in its own way. Like, if I just kept covering Trek, I would have had to get another job to keep doing so. Which I guess I did, but you get my point. Nothing over here. Oh well. I don't see any pages, so I'm just gonna assume there aren't any. Oop. Thank you, Jesse Ward, as always. Much obliged. Much appreciated. Thank you. Well, so far, this is the only song in the entire game that I don't like, but I have spent more time here than I should have because it kept dying. So it is really my fault. I do suck horribly. Okay, whatever. I mean, I absolutely love Trek, obviously. Since I spent a fairly large amount of my life covering all of Trek. Not counting new Trek, obviously. Yes, Lord Harrimont, it is, believe it or not, on the website. Can you decipher the incredibly mysterious, vague, and poorly laid out website that everyone hates? And nobody knows even exists, in order to determine where exactly the streaminations are listed. All eyes turn towards Lord Harrimont. Will he prove to be the king Orzammar needs and find the location on the website? Or will Bellin be the one to actually figure out where it is? Only time will tell. There's just lava there. Just straight up lava. I'm sorry, I was going to actually answer you if you couldn't find it after second Lord Harrimont. But for the record, whoa, that's screwed up. For the record, there is in fact a page on the website for the Streaminations, and what is funded, there is actually a show that is funded right now, as well as what is funding. One of these days I'll probably come up with a negative for this game, but I haven't come up with one yet. Inconsistent writing tracks here. It would be more accurate to say it's actually different writers, because the writing team between Cataclysm and BFA was completely different people. Still not seeing any pages. I'm getting a little suspicious here. The absence of pages. Nothing up there. Whatever. Hey, Elizar. I mean, I didn't know anything about this game when I walked into it, Loke, so I don't think it really qualifies to say this game is better than I was expecting, because I wasn't expecting anything. That being said, I am surprised by how much I've been enjoying this, especially since I've had a headache both days I've been playing it, which is really frustrating, let me tell you. Nope, okay. Nope, okay, hang on. The closest thing I'm going to come up with it for a negative, and I probably will actually give this one negative, is for the camera being kind of wonky, even with the auto camera turned off. No, this is... So, I used to have chronic headaches. I don't anymore, believe it or not. I know that sounds weird, considering I have had a headache both last Friday and today, but that really is coincidence. There's a cold pressure front that's moving down the middle of the United States right now, and those always give me pressure headaches. That's all that is.
He was missing one of his feathers. And the owls don't like to give their blueprints.
Not a lot I can do about that.
There was way too much sauce on the pizza.
And thank you, Elizar. Even though I don't believe you, but it is still a nice thought. Like, it's funny, too, I didn't have a headache, you know, Saturday, or Sunday, or yesterday, but, yeah, today, now that I'm back to playing the game, I woke up with a headache. Thanks, Pressure Front. Okay, there's gotta be a way to get up here. The same way they do any other races, Trehex here? Like, I don't think there'd be any difference there. Just, hi. Hi. First contact. It's okay. You know, nothing fancy, in other words. And then they'd lose to the Zerg. Because, of course, they would. Oh, just barely. Okay, hang on. There we go. Okay, what hook? Let's see a hook. Oh, that hook way down there? I don't think that would help. But I made it. Woo! Okay, so 2 of 5 now. Let's see. I mean, honestly, that is kind of the norm, isn't it, Dakota?
Notice we all wear the same coat.
oats.
Giant fire.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. The Zerg Swarm are the Zerg Swarm, but I guarantee you if they ever introduced the Swarm to Star Trek, they would only ever appear in one episode, would never be referenced before or again, and they would be defeated by the end of the episode by some quantum tech they came up with at the last minute. At least that's how, like, Voyager would deal with it. Okay, that's strange, but whatever. But yes, I'm pretty sure we've given the Oshi drum this plus. I mean, you'd think they do, Jesse Ward, although who knows. Because in Star Trek, there's two types of ambassadors. There's ones that are incredibly skilled at their jobs and know exactly what they're doing and help out and come up with peaceful, awesome solutions of awesome. And then there's idiots who are assholes because it's funny. There's really not a lot of in between there. Yeah, it's pretty much the exact same problem they have with the Admiralty. There are only two types of admirals. Enemies, let's call them what they are, you know, the whole obstinate bureaucrat thing, or Ross. Oh gosh, I don't know, Trax. So, let's see. Mafia boss would be type 1. Who was the second boss? That was the studio place. So, I would say the penguin dude, DJ Cool Dude, whatever his name was, would be a type 3. And then we have, of course, I'm super crazy and evil. You'd think he's a type 4, but actually he's a type 2. And those are all the villains we've met so far. I don't know what the boss of the Alpine is going to be, so I guess we'll find out. Okay, it's going to be a little less timing than I thought it was going to be, but whatever, we'll make it work. Yeah. Thank you, Justin. As always. I will jot that one down for Diablo 3. But yeah, to go back to my earlier thing, I'm pretty sure that my show has been boosted at least a little bit by the presence of the Star Trek videos. It's just interesting and kind of the nature of things that I have no idea how much or in what ways. There's no tangible statistics on that. Just the vague idea that I might have gotten more viewers who might have put money into the show as a result of the Star Trek videos. That's it. That's as far as that goes. Well, that is the goal, Dustbiter. I'm a variety show, and always have been. Multiple pillars. Unless you just want me to play Fortnite. Is that okay? I'm just gonna start playing Fortnite all day, every day. While blaring licensed music. And then getting upset about it. Oh yeah, virtual gambling too. And I'll act like really shocked when I pull something that's not actually all that rare out of a box. Just to make people think, oh my god, I got this super cool thing from gambling. Think about what you too could get from this gambling. do I get over there? Okay. Apparently that waterfall has substance. Wasn't ready for that. I have not Trehexia, no, so I can't comment. Sorry. Okay, maybe we gotta do something with the windmill. Although that's way out there, so that's not in reach. There you go. I can point to one person. I'm just kidding. I'm being facetious because it's more interesting to me the lack of statistics than anything else. You know what I mean? Like I can point to, for example, My Little Pony and say that I have made X amount of money and X amount of funders off of My Little Pony. And I can't. I have tangible, tactile data on that. I have no idea with regards to Star Trek. There we go. Of course, I've also just kind of always sort of done the Star Trek stuff. Hey, Roxy. Good morning, Innocents. Oh god, oh god, I don't know what that is, but I'm getting away from it. Get away from me! Get away! Okay, okay. I mean, that's not exactly a new problem, Jared Duffy. Nowadays, we have more tools to understand connections between things than we've ever had before. Back in the day, it was a whole lot of just guesswork. Like, is this making money? We think so. Oh my god, Roxy, you're terrible. But you're probably correct. Oh, that looks like fun. Well, let's do it. Hey, okay. Go around. There we go. Well, a lot of companies do that, but that's because they're idiots, not because the information doesn't exist. I do see an over, though. Let's see if we can figure out how to get over. Hey, that's a death pit. Okay, that's cool. That is actually weird, Dustbiter. No offense. It's just, I'm really, really small time on YouTube and on stream, you know? So... the idea of two people who happen to know each other in real life both watching me is really unlikely, statistically. Because fans like to take characters and then paint them in ways they weren't intended to in general, which I heck do. I think that's everything. Double check. See any glitters.
Yeah.
I wonder which podcast that was, Melkor, because I was over there a couple of times. 3 total, I think. And Mike's actually been on mine twice as well. heck's the exit? Oh god. Oh, there it is. There it is. Right. Was this the exit? No. Okay. There's the exit. Uh-oh. I only have 3 of the pages. Which means I missed pages. How do I go back up? Since I've never missed pages before. Nobody knows, of course. Okay. Whatever. Oh, that was a while ago, Melkor. Yeah, I remember that one. I was one of like 5 people on that one, I think, and we were discussing the difference between canon and continuity. Oh, thank God we don't have to go through the earlier section again. Good morning, Sierra Mike. But yeah, I would say Dumbledore, and this is probably on purpose, very much fills the Gandalf archetype. There's no higher authority, per se, because he's as high as it gets. He is the authority on matters, on concepts, what is good, what is wrong, etc.
The Twilight Bell is this way.
What's funny is both make mistakes, but again, both acknowledge that and both call themselves out on it. No one else calls them out on it, because they're the authority.
These telescopes let you look at faraway peaks.
Interesting. That's a good question, Jaron Dauphine. That is, of course, the intent. You can see why people, especially in an era since World War I, where people have been more and more mistrustful of authority, would automatically try to think of that as a negative thing. And of course, there is the automatic thing I mentioned earlier, which was my original answer to the question, which was, people like to paint characters in the light they were not intended to be. Mario is secretly evil, or... I can think of another example. Voldemort was really the victim. I've heard that one. Yeah, stuff like that.
Blow those horns to open up some new routes.
Oh. Or the goat person. Don't mind me.
Steal shiny things.
Ugh. Freaking birds. Every game, it's always birds.
I don't think any hourglasses fell this way.
Just leave that one on for now. Don't mind me. Oh, I don't know. A few years at least, Trihexia. Maybe about 5 years, something like that.
Please, disregard.
What do we got here? Nothing.
Bye.
Can't even afford either of those, even if I wanted to.
The Twilight Bell is this way.
Yeah. Well, there's the horn.
Blow those horns to open up some new routes. Why don't we blow the horns ourselves? Up this high, the air is really thin. It's hard for us to take deep enough breaths. It doesn't seem to bother you, though.
Yeah, we're an alien. That's okay. Jesus. Oh, okay. We did it. Not really, Trihexia.
This way.
I mean, if you think about it from the Time Lord perspective, it all makes sense, really. So what's this do? Ah, just leads us down here. Okay.
The birds at the birdhouse.
Well, I guess we have to pick one first. Let's go to the one that's far left. Eee.
The Twilight Bell is just ahead.
What the hell is the Twilight Bell? Most notable character in fiction that is the closest thing to a D&D demi-lich, other than Voldemort. I can think of a few characters in FF14 who would qualify. Besides cheating. I actually can't name them, though. It's spoilers. Yeah, you know what irritates me about how much we've learned about human psychology? People who abuse the hell out of it. It's usually for petty gain, too. That's the best part. Like, it's not like for something relevant or significant. It's just, yeah, you know, screw you. We want to sell a couple more units. And that's it. No. Okay. Nope. Okay, that's death.
The Twilight Bell is just ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't actually think of any demi-lich concepts in fiction. I'm sure there are some. I just can't think of any right now. Which is how that usually works, right? Someone asks you a question, you're like, Unless I have a prepared response, which sometimes I do. Oh, this timing. Ooh. And we're too late. Okay, that was fun. Gax King doesn't count. He is a demi-lich. That is totally D&D. That is actually D&D, so that totally counts. Doesn't count, rather. That's terrifying looking. What's inside this bell? Everything. Okay.
Look at that thing! If only I could reach it.
What are you doing up here?
Not everything I sell is of value.
Look at that thing!
Oh, you're right. I do mean Gax. God damn it. That doesn't count. It still doesn't count. It's a reference. Oh, this is our reality now. We have entered the Twilight realm. Welcome to hell. Okay, that's strange, but what? You know, I'm not even gonna question that. That's true. They never actually destroy Sauron. They arguably do worse, but you know, they never destroy him. Oh, that's different. Okay. Ah! There we go. Jeez Louise. Yeah, that's not happening. Okay, we gotta really hurry if we're gonna make that timer. Oh, jeez, that made it. No, I would agree, Roxy. It's probably because you can do the most with it. It's a hat that makes things appear or disappear, you know, based on whether you have it or not. There's just too much you can do with that when it comes to level design, as opposed to, you know, nothing, or you run fast, or you can explode something, or you turn into ice, right? Like, it's just designed more like that. How would Sylvanas be a demi-lich? I don't even see a connection there. Granted, I'm an idiot and said Voldemort would qualify, so I'm probably wrong on that front. But I don't see how she would qualify. Is there anything down there? Probably should linger here too long. Nope, that's just another route. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not sure anything in Warcraft setting would qualify as Demi-Lich in general. Even their liches don't really follow typical rules for the most part. By the way, you never said your off-topic thing, Loader. It's okay. So we have to wait a little bit. Alright, so we do this. Yeah, actually, I could see Abeloth, which is irritating because I hate Abeloth. Abeloth, hashtag Abeloth does not exist. Anyways. Oh, this looks fun. Yep. Oh, that's what I thought was going to happen. Alright. Oh, I'm sorry, Loner. Yeah, no, go for it. I mean, let's be honest. These have apparently just become the off-topic streams, right? So go for it. I'm just platforming extremely difficult and dangerous jumps. It doesn't take that much of my mind to do that. There we go. I don't see anything over there. I do see a key, which I probably want. Admittedly, there's probably only one version of liches I actually enjoy in all of fiction, and I just mentioned it. It's the Warcraft ones. Everything else is either too gross, too dumb, too limited, or too stupid. Oh yeah, and they're always evil, which is kind of eyebrow-raising. Ah, screw it. Let's go for it. Or there's a kill plane. Okay. Got it. That answers that question. Checkpoint! Well, thank God for that. Oh yeah, by the way, I've never reviewed Dragon Age Inquisition, but I would say Dragon Inquisition is a few moments of excellence surrounded by a whole lot of boring slog, if you wanted me to give a one-sentence thought on it. Yes, definitely an intentional warp, very much intended. That's a good one. Everything we do here is intentional, everything. Ubisoft. I mean, Inquisition could be compared to a typical Ubisoft game in many ways, but Ironically, I would say not quite to that same extent. In both directions. The Ubisoft slog can be enjoyable. It depends on the game, obviously. Whereas the... Ooh, that's a fun. Whereas the Inquisition slog was never enjoyable for me. And in fact, when we actually did stream it back when it came out, we gave up on it pretty quickly. I think we spent the first 2 days in the hinterlands of stream time, and then just were like, you know, this is stupid. This is stupid. Well, not only that, but if I might be so bold, and again, I've never reviewed Inquisition, but I would say that Inquisition's filler material, the stuff you do in between cutscenes, in other words, so filler's the wrong word, but the gameplay loop just was not enjoyable, and that's kind of the problem. I don't want to say I didn't enjoy Velen, but, well, you all know what my reaction was when we got out of Velen. I mean, I could probably name more Ubisoft games I've enjoyed than ones I haven't, despite the repetition of them. That being said, I haven't reviewed the Assassin's Creed series yet, really, so... I've only reviewed two of the AC games, and that's not really a big sample size. My favorite Disney movie? Oh, Zootopia. Duh, I forgot that was a Disney movie. So, yeah, Zootopia by a mile. Okay, can I go back? I can't go back. I feel like I'm missing some stuff here. Just leave that. Just go for it. Favorite Pixar film? I'm not going to answer that question because I want you to watch my ruminations over the coming year. Evil laughter. How the hell am I supposed to make it there? Wait, where am I? Wrong direction. Wrong direction. I see where I am. No, I enjoyed 100%ing Black Flag. It is also one of only 2 AC games I have ever 100%ed, as I've said several times. Listen, Jesse Ward, all I'm saying is I bothered to put a lot of time and work and effort into researching all the Pixar films, from Toy Story to Soul. So damn it. Yes, my favorite Pixar film is Cars 2. What's funny is it's so obvious why that film is bad once you look at the behind the scenes. Which I did, obviously. Well, that goes back to something I've talked about a lot, Loner. It's not really... insert sex joke. It's not really the length that matters. Really. It is entirely what you do with the length of a game that matters. A 4-hour game can be better than a 50-hour game, and a 100-hour game can be better than a 50-hour game. It depends on what's in it. I'm just gonna go, no, there's no way. That's way out of my reach. How the hell do I get over there? You know what, whatever, it's just yarn. I don't care. I don't care. Moving on. Oh, this looks fun. Yep. Because they're gonna flop them. that. I'm gonna wait a little bit. Oh, I didn't wait a little bit enough. Hang on, let's try that again. I mean, if you yourself can't see the difference between the two, then your own statement is incongruent, Loner, which means you're actually secretly lying to me! I always knew. Why did you not... Okay, whatever. Why does that keep happening? Okay, hang on. There we go. Okay. Is that a new yarn? I guess we'll just find out. Time stop yarn. Yep, nope, that is actually a new yarn. Which, we need 2 more yarns to craft. And that's one way to... Okay. Is it? Okay. Well, in 2 yarns, we can stop picking up yarns. So if you put a gun to my head, I would say the biggest difference between Inquisition's X of Y and Cyberpunk's X of Y is most of Cyberpunk's stuff, A, goes quicker because of the more actiony nature of the game, B, tends to have more of a narrative, I guess excuse is the word, but really more of a narrative in general. You know, there's generally a reason why you're doing X of Y, whereas in Inquisition, there's not. You know, hey, I'm totally low on food stores this year. Could you go and pick up some food? As opposed to, there's a cyber psycho in this area who's been causing issues for this particular gang, and they'd like to get some help dealing with it or something like that. Yeah, there's more substance to the narrative side of things when it comes to Cyberpunk. And context can help those kind of things, in my experience. Whereas in other cases, you'd just be like, eh. Where's the... It's under me, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. Because, yeah, Inquisition had a whole lot of just the most boring, bland X of Y you can think of. And I think that was one of its biggest problems overall. What the hell is that? Okay. That's terrifying. But yeah, actually, that's a good way to put that, Melkor. You know, we all call the common term... Sorry, I'm saying X of Y. I shouldn't do that. The common term is fetch quests.
These telescopes let you look at faraway peaks.
The reason I call them X of Y is the most boring, bland version of a fetch quest. X of Y is literally go kill X of Y, or go gather X of Y. And that's it. And that's the quest, right? I did notice that Emerald Chaos. I also noticed there's no objective for this level, which is weird. Now, there are some interesting quests in Inquisition, but most of them tend to be on the main story arc, when you're actually doing main stuff, right? When you're just going out and, you know, and participating in the stuff on the map, that's far more the X of Y category. Now again, all of this is from memory. I haven't played that game in a long time. So forgive me if I'm incredibly wrong and stupid. This wouldn't be the first time. So hang on. So we did... Did it go away? Oh yeah, they also have some...
At the birdhouse steal shiny things.
Yeah, so they also have lazy difficulty, which doesn't help anything. At first I was hoping they didn't have lazy difficulty. Remember, we did a test way early on. And then further interactions proved that that was inaccurate. So we did, yeah, we did that one. So yeah, we're doing this one now. Yeah, Near Replicant is a good example. It's actually, Xenoblade is probably one of the worst examples of a single-player game that does really bad X of Y quest design.
Hey, this way doesn't lead to any peaks.
Like, I have seen MMOs which do X of Y better than Xenoblade, and MMOs are usually the worst of that kind of quest design.
Birdhouse is this way.
Hi, Larian. Okay. I'll just die then. Thankfully, Shadow Machine isn't here to hear me bash Dragon Age Inquisition, because I know he'd probably kill me if he heard me say that, so... I'm safe for now. Oh, there we go. I didn't know this was landable, probably because I'm an idiot. Two more, or one more, rather. Skyrim does actually have legitimate X of Y, as in the most boring, bland type. In fact, Skyrim has procedural X of Ys. It's one of my biggest complaints about the game. Probably my third or fourth biggest complaint
Make sure you swing towards the path you want.
overall. Either way, you're still awesome, Shadow Machine. Thank you. Even if that's not a real one. Yeah, there's about like 200 something of the X of Ys in Xenoblade. Way too many. And they are boring as dishwater. Yes, procedural X of Y. Go get X of this item here. Yeah, it's awful, Jared Duffy. It's so bad. What's really funny to me personally, and I don't know if this is true, but I do have to admit that I love the idea that some developer somewhere, probably on the Bethesda team, actually legitimately thought that coming up with procedural X of Y quests meant, hey, think of all the content we're adding to the game. Which is kind of like thinking, okay, we've got a nice sandwich. Let's add 17 more loaves of bread to it, and think of how much bigger our sandwich is now. It's also crap bread. And yeah, actually, Fallout 4 settlements, we all meme on it, but ignoring jokes and ignoring memes for a second, the Fallout 4 settlements are a perfect example of, look at all this content we've added to the game, and it's just the same boring cycle loop of dumb. Just, these raccoons really want to kill me, don't they? Well, apparently... succeeding. Hey, E-Tree. I mean, you know what, Larian? That's true. That's true. I can't argue the semantics there. It is bigger. My game just crashed. That's 2 crashes now. Let's see how good our checkpoint save system is, shall we? Take a drink of water. I mean, this is a, I forget which engine, but it's an engine that's known to crash. Which, Unreal, yeah, there you go, see Unreal Engine. Yes, Twister, today I am... channeling the souls of all my viewers. Don't worry, I'm not actually ripping your souls out. That would be mean. Just channeling them, you know? Trying to get a little bit of a boost. You know, some people drink caffeine. You know, they get water, or you know, they take it. I just channel souls. Oh, there we go. Much better. It's gonna kick me out, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, that really sucks. Where's that? I have no idea where that is. Whatever. I'm not swallowing the soul whole. Well, yeah, we lost all progress there, so that's cool. Well, back up. I mean, that's not true. The Twilight Bell was completed, so the previous level saved, but not the checkpoint we just got. And we're dead. Listen, I don't need... It's the old concept, right? Think of it economically. I could eat one person's soul completely, or I could just have like 5% of 20 people's souls, right? There you go. We're good.
Birds at the birdhouse steal shiny feet. The birdhouse is this way.
It looks like it actually worked, because this path wasn't here last time. So it looks like the horn we blew, which opened up a new path, actually did open up a new path. It just then immediately crashed, which is extremely strange. It's a ladder. Go up the ladder. There you go. Don't climb the wall. Climb the ladder. Yeah, it was an intentional crash work. We're all about saving time here. Deliberately crashing Skyrim to speed it up. I mean... Wouldn't surprise me. That's all I'm saying. I love her maniacal laugh, too. That's true. Soul energy is very environmentally found. Yeah. I care about the environment. Yarn. I do want that yarn because I want my time stop hat. Let's go and try and get that. And then crash! Oh wow, Shadow Machine. I'd say that's horrible, but I've actually read several fantasy settings where undead are in charge of a particular area, like as the governors, and they kind of use similar systems. You know, vampires, you have to pay some blood, or if they're a lich, you know, you have to spend some time in servitude, or you can sell away your soul as a way to pay taxes, etc., etc. I don't think I've had that happen, Loner, but at the same time, it's probably happened at some point in some game. It's not in this one. That's right. I can make a hat. The hat. The ultimate hat. I call it the Doctor Who hat. Because this is actually what Doctor Who looks like in real life. If you could see beyond his facade, this is what you'd see. Okay, so next. The birdhouse. Infinite death awaits us in the birdhouse. I'm starting to think he's not going to sell me anything other than these crap badges. Yep. Well, I don't have that many gems, so... I mean, I have enough for one of them, but I also have to buy other things. So we'll hold off on that. Three of these weird things. Oh god, it's an exploding egg! No! Be gone, exploding egg! Nobody likes you.
There's something strange about some of those eggs.
That's not the word I'd use. An egg that attacks you by blowing itself up is definitely off. Hey, Disco. It's okay. No one can keep up with the runner. Why it's there. That's why the name is there. Hang on a second. Oh, it's still playing the sound effect. Oh, that's cool. Well, you see, Twister. Yarn that we never need again. I mean, that's something that you could do when it comes to your fictional setting. You could just ignore certain concepts. I mean, Star Trek does that all the time. But joking aside, it is a valid approach as a writer to just say, you know what, I don't even feel like dealing with X. And so you don't. You just eject it from the writing entirely. And if someone asks, you just say, oh, never thought about it. Well, you mean like, so kind of Jesse Ward, but not really. What you're talking about, I don't have a proper term for, but it's the concept where the game only gives you the cool stuff when you can no longer use it, which irritates the ever-living hell out of me, personally. In fact, to use one example, we gave FF7 a negative for exactly that, because, well, it irritated the piss out of me that all the really cool, fun stuff you don't get until the final dungeon. So, that's cool. Like, I understand the concept of a cosmetic award. That's fine. You know, you've beaten the super optional mega boss, and you've dropped for some reason. And you get something useless as a reward because, hey, you know, you've already done the hard thing. That at least makes a degree of sense in its own way. Especially in a game that doesn't have New Game Plus. But, like, putting the cool stuff, or the interesting stuff, or the fun stuff behind a boss, or towards the end of the game, or whatever, that's just irritating. Whoops! Oh, you son of a... That was particularly bad in FF7 because one of FF7's hallmarks is the materia system, and yet a fairly large number of combos that several people have come up with, myself included, rely on materia you can't get until the final dungeon. Or at least, like, you know, Disc 3, right? Like, really far into the game. And it's like, well, give us these tools to play with. Give us the chance to have fun with the combos, you know? That's some explosive yoke, I'll tell you what. Okay.
Cling.
Yeah, Knights of the Round. I mean, granted, I don't think Knights of the Round is that cool, personally. But, at the very least, you know, being able to do it, like, Final Attack is a good example of what I'm talking about. There's a combo material in Final Fantasy VII called Final Attack, which means when you die, you use whatever you have it attached to. Which there's actually a lot of stuff you can do with that. Some cool, some interesting, some fun, and some ridiculous. But you don't get Final Attack until way into the game. Hence the problem. No, loner. Very well. I am, as ever, your dancing monkey. Yeah, the Divine Dragoon in Legend of Dragoon is another example of this kind of concept. How bad it is kind of depends on the game. I use FF7 as an example because it's a really easy example, because it's not just powerful stuff, it's neat stuff you don't get in FF7. You know, it's stuff you can play with, it's stuff that's cool or interesting, or, you know, could be useful towards the beginning of the game. And instead it's like, nope, piss off. That's an interesting collision. Is this just a way back? Oh, no, it's not. I need 2 more cakes. And then I, too, shall have the relic. I mean, the relic. I should probably buy the Mafia boss thing at some point so I can go get the rest of those, because I kind of want to do all the time rifts. And by kind of, I mean, definitely. Okay, well, we can just do that. That's good. Hang on. Pause. Where's my notes? Where's my notes? I think we officially have enough for an aggregate negative. At last, we have given in to the negative side. At last. Oh, and also a gameplay positive for the section we just did. Boop. Oh, we're actually up to 20 now. That's true. Hat Kid is very adorable. But, think about this. This game sucks. Any questions? In all in total sincerity, and I'm going to say this in the rumination on this, it really does look like someone sat down, like I do, when it comes to, it feels like someone sat down and looked at Mario Sunshine, for example, and said, okay, what's wrong with the game? And they made a list of the negatives to Mario Sunshine. And then they said, all right, let's fix all of those. Let's just do that. It's not particularly innovative, and it's not particularly mind-blowing, but it's very well constructed. And now I can finally tell Valvedrix that I actually do like 3D platformers. Because I can think of 2 that I really enjoy. Well, 4, but, you know, 3 of them are Mario games. that's a new one. Okay, we also need to make it cute. Very important. Crash! I hope not. So, have you ever read Order of the Stick, Dakota? It's a webcomic which also has a physical print media as well. Over there. Oh, absolutely, Roxy. It's a rather long webcomic. I've been following it since it came out. But the reason I bring it up is one of the prequel books, which actually isn't in the webcomic at all, it's just the book, covers exactly the psychological effects that becoming a lich has on Zycon. It's interesting, because he wasn't exactly a good person before, but he became a monster after he became a lich because all of the crap he could no longer feel, think, or enjoy in life really did a number on him. It should be worth noting, he didn't willingly become a lich. Like, I mean, I know that's debatable, but the point is, it wasn't like he sat down and said, I wish to become a lich. It was kind of done to him. There's a wonderful scene where he goes to drink a sip of coffee, and he's a skeleton. And he flips out over that. That is the one, yes, Jesse Ward. He does not take that well at all. Oh yeah, Order of the Stick actually has probably some of my favorite dramatic storytelling, which is hysterical considering it isn't, you know, based in a comedic webcomic. I have legitimately taken some story ideas from ideas is the wrong word. Tropes from Order of the Stick and been like, oh yeah, I should totally use that for my stuff. Trope usage, that's a good way to put that. Ooh, birdhouse done. Hopefully we won't wake up any more of those. What are we doing to the goats? And do I want to know the answer to that question I just asked? No, I wish to leave. Let me out of here. No! Oh, wait, this is the intro. Duh, I'm stupid. Never mind, everyone. I'm a moron.
The Twilight Bell is this way.
Nope, we did the Twilight Bell, and we did that area? I think. Yep, nope, it's lit up, so that area is done. So now we gotta go this way, which is back apparently. Where the hell did that lead?
These telescopes let you
Whoa there. Rude much. What did I do to you, buddy? Other than infect you with an evil plant, which it's not like I did that on purpose.
I don't think any hourglasses fell this way.
Tough! I mean, you know Papyrus and Sands would drink milk. That's all I'm saying. These raccoons are the worst. Yarn! Yay! Well, that was quick. Nothing much here, I guess. This is an interesting level format. It's just a bunch of mini levels kind of connected to each other. And, well, one major level, the Twilight Bell area, because that was a rather large area. Back we go. Don't mind me, Mr. Goat. There's no reason to attack me with your violent rage.
The old windmill is this way. Make sure you swing towards the path you want. Yeah!
Honestly, this feels a little bit more like Mario Odyssey, which is funny considering the timing of the release.
There's a horn at the top.
Because, yeah, Mario Galaxy still did the same thing going all the way back to Mario 64. Once you get a thing, you leave the level. You boot it out. The most hidden yarn I've seen in the whole game. And it's just a brewing yarn. Yeah, I could see this for a town music.
Some of these bridges are old.
Reminds me a little bit of Windhurst. Just a bit. I mean, the voice acting has been surprisingly on point the whole game. It's weird how much of this game has voice acting. I'm not complaining at all. I like it. It's just weird. Usually a game like this would have, like, snippets of voice acting for the cutscenes, and that's it. Instead of, you know, voice acting for everything ever. Over here, other than health? Okay. Damn it, Shadow Machine, no! Don't do it. Shadow Machine's not only trying to get me killed, he's trying to prove my point that I'm making more money on Ruby and MLP than I am on Star Trek. Don't crash! Okay. Well, excuse me. Thank you, Shadow Machine. Very much, as always, sir. will spend that on my adorable niece for Christmas. I mean, no, that's totally what I'm gonna do. But I will put that towards Streaminations. Do you want to just go ahead and bake 3 through 9 into one thing, Shadow Machine? Because I'm fine with that, I just want to know. Because you can pick seasons when it comes to Streaminations. Okay. Done. Season 3 through 9. And yeah, I actually saw that too, Jaron Dauphine, which is really weird to think about. Because he's, you know, even though he's kind of fallen off the map, he is still much more famous than I will ever be. I admit one thing that would be kind of a neat little thing, which will never happen, is if someone, you know, a famous creator or someone actually took notice and was like, hey, that's a pretty cool thing, you know. Like, I don't know, if we were doing an Undertale theater and Toby Fox actually noticed it, that would be kind of cool. He won't, though. That's not how that works. There are a lot of seeds over here. A lot of seeds. My goodness. Oh my god, there's so many seeds. Well, I mean... Ooh, you're an angry one. Got it. Not only that, Disco Inferno, but more to the point, Undertale has had so many fan works from so many people for so many years that the news that, hey, someone made a fan dub of your game probably doesn't even register on his radar at this point. It's like, and? Now that would be interesting, if a game developer actually took notice of me. Now, there's actually been a couple, smaller indie devs, but still. The people who made, oh my god, I can't think of the name of the game now. We played it on camera. Regalia of Monarch and Men's, or Men and Monarch, excuse me. Regalia, they actually took notice, which was kind of cool. Good game, too. It's got some flaws, I'm not gonna lie. But
This one leads to a horn. You can just see it.
it was an enjoyable game to go through. They also made a French Revolution game, which I played the beta of because they gave me an access key for it, like I said. But I never actually finished playing. In fact, I'm not even sure if it came out.
I went up ahead and was scratched slightly.
Uh-oh. We don't want to scratch. That could lead to infection. Decided that cats must die. So I'm not sure what to make of that one, Melkor. I bought this game because of you, but I never played it because, you know, it just sucked that badly. Also, you suck, Lore. And I hate you. And you smell. I think that's what you just said. Something like that.
Wait, hey!
Okay, you're not allowed to steal yarn, you little snots. Oh yeah, one thing that I've kind of wanted to do, that's true, it is Shadow Machine. I mean, a lot of games are, but, is apply the review system to something other than video games, the first and most obvious thought I had was movies. And you might think, well, how does that work? Well, the narrative axis doesn't really need to change. It's still the narrative axis, so no changes there. And instead of the gameplay axis, you have it be the construction axis. Props, set design, camera usage, blurring, visual effects, you know, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly, the production side of things, Makamano. And it really does apply almost linearly. But I haven't actually tested the theory out yet, so I have no idea if it would actually work, or just be a monumental waste of time and failure. I guess I'll get my thing back. Come here. Where'd it go? Oh, I know, Mike Kamano. I mean, I know there's that extremely jury-rigged way we could do that with regards to the Amazon
This one leads to a
watch
horn.
party or whatever the hell it's called.
See it.
But that's not really the same thing, you know? But yeah, exactly, Jesse Ward.
Yeah.
Alright, who's ready to screw up some goats? With the seeds. Yeah, it's finicky as hell, Mike Kamano. And it's also kind of a limited thing. Like, you have to have the movie. You have to own the movie. I have to own... So everyone watching has to own the movie one way or the other on their Amazon account. I have to own the movie. And it only applies in certain countries, and the rules are a little bit different, and it's just... It's a whole thing. It might someday be worthwhile, but last I checked, which was admittedly months ago at this point, it's still not. Oh, congrats, Zach Taft. Wait until you do parallel parking, which you will never have to use in your entire life, but by golly, you're gonna learn it.
Not everything I...
Nah. Yeah, that happened to me a minute ago, Disco, so sympathies. I think it depends on way too many variables here, Mike. If I'm being completely honest, the whole thing is such a thing that I'm probably never going to actually really commit to doing it. Although, I don't know. The whole legality of the entire situation admittedly irritates me more than anything. But I don't want to get into that right now. All I'm saying is all movies should be free forever. Or wait. Yeah, no, this isn't Mario Sunshine. What are you talking about? It is. Alright. Here's the gift. Oh, shoot. Go, 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 go. Go. God, I start. Ah! I'm not gonna make it. I've screwed up twice now. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we made it. We need one more cake, and we can finish that one. I will say, since I don't have anything else to talk about at the moment, one of the things that fascinates and frustrates me about copyright law, at least here in the States, is that the very nature of what copyright law is supposed to be, the philosophy of copyright, is something that people don't agree on. And that's at least part of the problem. You know, there's not really an easy fix to that. That was interesting, but okay, sure, I accept, I accept. Yeah, true enough, Dark Crow. True enough. There's an old saying, it can always get worse. Oh, jeez, do I have to go all the way back? I think I do. No, but listen, Jared Dauphine. Amy must always be in love with Sonic, but could never actually get together into a relationship with him. Mandatory. Sorry, I'm making fun of Sega, because Sega has a really long history of coming up with absolutely bizarre requirements that have led to some interesting things over the years. Mostly with the Sonic franchise, but just in general as well. The rule I just mentioned is actually a real rule, by the way. No! God damn it! Ah! Okay. It's apparently a ladder. I don't know if I believe you. I think you're lying to me. Find out in a minute when we get back there. Yeah, Persona 5 is a good example of the length thing. There is a good game in Persona 5, and I stand by that statement. Like, the battle system is legit, and the way that you build up your mons, and combine and coerce, and combine and multi-merge, and all that fun stuff, that's awesome. And the characters are interesting, and most of the more low-telling, storytelling stuff with, like, with the trusts, or whatever the hell they're called. That's cool. I like that. And then there's the other 100 hours of the game. Oh, I see it. Right here. I don't even know what happened there. And that's true, Shadow Machine. Sorry, I didn't react to your New Game Plus comment. Because I would totally... I think we've seen enough of the vanilla gameplay, we don't really need to see that again. I think we've got that locked. And yeah, poor music direction. Good music. Like, a lot of people were really upset at me for giving a negative for music, and they're like, but these songs are good, and it's like, yeah, that's nice. But we're hearing the same 30 seconds of this one song for 60% of the game! And that's barely an exaggeration. It's like the song that plays while you're running around talking to people and hitting the around town parts of the game. It's like, that's nice! Can we hear something else? Thank you, Pulikas Jalu, as always. Very much appreciate. I will put that down for Dragon Age 2. Ugh. Yeah, just... yeah, no kidding, Melkor Blade. Like, what's funny is I even like that song, and I have since, now that it's been over a year, you know, now that it's been a while, I've been able to actually listen to it and enjoy it, now that it's not being rammed down my throat so much. It was quite literally affecting my ability to sleep. No. Seriously. But god damn. Hello, Mr. Spider. We'll just chill here. Just chill. Everyone's chill here. Go away. Or no. That's also... Whoa! Yes, I do, Dust Spider. Hell, another song I've never stopped hearing is... Wah, wah, wah. How many of you know what I'm talking about? Before I do any more notes. Wah, 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 wah. Yep, Greedfall. God damn, Greedfall. I was excited for that game too. God dang it. Good game. Oh. I can make fun of it now. I'm not playing it now. At the time, it was just headache and nausea-inducing. No, that's fine with me, Zach Taft. I mean, as long as he's cool, I'm cool. Everyone's cool. I feel like I wasn't supposed to be able to do that, but I'm not gonna complain. Jesus Christ, really, Sierra Mike? That's sort of sad. Honestly, I'll admit, you guys know I have audio nostalgia. So sometimes I really like it when a game gives you the option to either import your own music or customize the music that's in it. Mario Odyssey, to use an example of the latter, and GTA, to use an example of the former. But, sorry, that's not related to the audio nostalgia. I was just waiting for something to show up. Yeah, Bayonetta usually has some good tunes. Honestly, most of Platinum Games' music is generally decent. There it is. So I actually have a song in my For Tonight playlist, which I'm going to play for you right now. Don't worry, it's only a few seconds long. It's this song right here. And that's my audio nostalgia. Roxy reminded me of that. Yeah, the quest complete from WoW. Excuse me. Oh my god, the price dropped to $40. I mean, I shouldn't make fun. That is something. It's just... God, what is that? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Yep, okay. Yep. Yeah, I know that it's, for good reason, rather popular to bash on WoW right now, but good lord, that soundtrack. There are two things WoW has never done wrong. It's music and its art team. And that is still true to this very day. Gul'dan, yeah, he is extremely pragmatic. He cares about the goal, and he doesn't really care about how he gets to that goal. He is willing to suffer humiliation so long as he is going to get something out of it. And, of course, he's very, very willing to accept anyone from any walk of life. He has no real preconceptions, no prejudices, or whatever. If you're cool with demons, you're cool with Gul'dan. That's a good question, Mike D'Amato. But I can't answer that for you. I did spend an entire lore week discussing chocolate and hills. I can go back over that if you want me to. Make that jump. Yeah, Venetia is quite correct. The whole point of the chocolate and hills speech, cut your rights here, Mike, is that it really is all up to you. That's the whole point of that speech. You have to make that call. No one gets to make that call for you. Okay. Good morning, Ross. Not quite, Dustbiter. Blansamdi, he certainly likes to be Faustian in his deals, but only as more of an enjoyment thing than a mandatory thing. He's more than willing and capable of making just a completely straight deal, or just dealing with someone without even making a deal with them. He does the Faustian thing because it's fun. Okay, we're okay. Well, that's probably because Ashara has never really been presented the same way. Let's be honest, most of Ashara's characterization comes from the books. How much of Ashara is in WoW, the actual video game? And I'll just go ahead and tell you, because she didn't actually show up in WoW until Cataclysm, and even then for only one quest. She didn't show up properly in WoW until BFA. That was the first time they really had her be a character in the game. Gul'dan, granted, was back from Warcraft 2, but he got 2 full expansions to develop him. Warlords and Legion. Both of which are, well, surprisingly good expansions. So it's not hard to believe that Gul'dan would be perceived as more threatening, given that he simply has more, and frankly better, presence. Also, if I might be so bold, Gul'dan at least has, I don't want to say he's empathetic, so much he's relatable. Okay, well, everyone in chat, he's not relatable, he's pure evil. Of course I don't relate to him. What are you talking about? I'm not evil. God, I don't know, Zach Teft. I think that's flip a coin scenario right there. That would depend on the leadership involved. I'm serious, though. Gul'dan, so for those of you not aware of his backstory, and who don't want to watch my Lorecraft about Gul'dan, which isn't coming out for another year anyway, so whatever. Gul'dan was born a cripple on Draenor. So being born a cripple is already kind of a thing, but I want you to imagine being born a cripple in a world where it's really, really hard to survive because everything is higher tier than you and everything is constantly trying to kill and eat you. Just put yourself into that mentality. Now, Gul'dan was allowed to survive because the orcs came up with a concept, this brand new thing, okay? What they did was they came up with a concept called a clan. And the whole point of a clan was that this was the safe zone. This was how the orcs survived when everything else is bigger than them and everything else is stronger than them. It sounds like I'm being facetious, but it should probably be mentioned that only one other race on Draenor, well, excuse me, 2 other races on Draenor even came up with that kind of a concept. The old Arrakis, which became the Irakoa, and the Ogres. The Ogres did it much less, like to a substantially smaller degree. So Gul'dan was literally reliant on his clan for existence, for survival. And he hated that. And they hated him. And that's his upbringing. I could keep going. But you get the idea, right? And yeah, G-Juice, the other day, I pulled out of my head just a random factoid about Warcraft to a friend of mine. And their response was, "How do you know this?" There are a few settings I know as well as Warcraft. In fact, arguably, there's only one I know better than Warcraft. Mine. Oh, here we go. Time to mess up more goats. Red Shirt Guy would probably beat me, because Red Shirt Guy knows a lot more minutia, which I usually don't even bother to remember. It's been pretty good for the most part, Roxy. I'm not sure what I think of the windmill level. I'll have to think about that a bit. Process that a bit. There's an old tweet. I think it's by Rick Berman, but don't quote me on that. And it reminded me of how stupid some of the
Way.
Idiots that actually are handed franchises. And I'm going to say it that way because that's what it is, right? You'd think that the people who know the setting or care about it or are good writers or whatever would be the ones working on it, but that's just not how real life works. For some reason. And so, this is regarding Star Trek. Someone was commenting, again, I think it was Rick Berman, who said, "There's no way anyone could know all the minutiae and details of Star Trek off the top of their head. Like, it doesn't work that way. There's no way..." It was being said in defense of bad continuity. It was being said in defense of, there's no reason to keep continuity. Star Trek's just too big to keep continuity in. The reason I know about this tweet is because someone retweeted it to me.
It's even hotter to the right.
Stating, "Oh yeah, no, I think I can think of someone who, you know, might be able to know Star Trek well enough off the top of their head to be able to help you keep continuity going." Let's go back? This looks like this goes back. Where does it go? What's really funny is the solution is so
This way doesn't lead to any peaks.
mundane and so relatively easy, I'm surprised more people don't do it. Find someone who is sufficiently professional and capable, and hire them to be your continuity person, which is a real job, by the way.
Hey, this way doesn't lead to any peaks.
Like, that's an actual thing that there is an actual job for. But no.
Even hotter to the right.
Depends on the format, Venetia. Keeping good visual continuity isn't super hard, but it does certainly take some real work and effort, especially in something like a video game.
Lava cake.
Ooh, lava cake. Let's do it. Yeah, there's also World Anvil nowadays, a way to help keep track of large-scale projects and large-scale continuity, but no, listen, it's impossible to keep track of Star Trek. We're talking decades of work that have been meticulously analyzed and dissected by hundreds of people across said decades. There's no way to keep that straight. Listen. You just don't understand, Larian. We would have to spend $5 more on that. Now, let's talk about our $700,000 bonuses this year. I mean, it's not like you're wrong, Disco, but I'm going to use a quote of my own, which I've been using a lot of lately. Just because you failed to heal someone by covering them in leeches doesn't mean you should stop trying to heal them. You know? It reminds me of when they pulled on an expert in American Indians to Voyager, who was a known, proven fraud by the point at which they hired him. I don't know where I am. I fall to my death. It's like, that doesn't mean you shouldn't hire an expert. It means you should hire a good expert. Why is so much of this village on fire and they're just okay with that? Also true, Sierra Mike. I mean, I make fun of Memory Alpha for a good reason, but I also use Memory Alpha as my first stop for checking lore when it comes to Star Trek. Because it's a good way to kind of get like a broad overview kind of a thing, right? Like, okay, let's see this, and then this. Well, that doesn't sound right. Then I'll check my physical sources, you know, the books and whatnot. Then I'll try to find interviews, because those usually at least have some kind of info, and so forth and so on. Point being, there's definitely a value. There's a that looks terrifying. There's definitely a value to a wiki like that. Yeah, no, I totally have a degree in theoretical physics. What are you talking about? I'm legit. Well, that sounds appropriate, Ross. Oh, absolutely. So the way I tend to... my usual operating procedure, Mike Romano, is if someone can't cite a source, that's not even worth mentioning. If they can cite a source, but I have trouble finding the source, I'll usually mention it and mention I wasn't able to verify this 100%. You've probably heard me say that before, actually. To use a recent example, that came up a lot with the Mega Man stuff, because most of our Mega Man background information came from interviews. So I was able to track down interviews, but there's several things I was not able to track down, and so I would mention, you know, hey, I'm not sure about this, but XYZ. There's a phrase for that, actually. It's called doing due diligence. It means exactly what it sounds like. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's pretty common for me to mention things like that. It's like, well, I'm not sure about this, but na-na-na-na-na-na. Or hazardous is awesome, but na-na-na-na-na. Now we're gonna get a lava cake. As much as I love lava cake, I'm not sure if this is gonna be a particularly enjoyable experience. We're gonna try. We're gonna try.
This is the lava cake!
I'm very excited about this lava cake. Due diligence is absolutely work, but hard work never bothered me.
How'd a place end up like this anyway?
Yes, this is a lava cake with mint frosting. Let's just avoid the birds that are on fire. I feel like that's a bad time. That's a good point, Emerald Chaos. Let's get that queued up, and then let's never use it because I like challenging myself. Until I die, then I'll stop wasting your time. Next layer. Game. Didn't want to grab that. If they're phoenixes, then I'm just screwed. Not a lot I can do about that.
Hi. This is clearly a safe place for a child to be.
Citation needed. Speaking of wikis.
Cling. I spy some treasure.
I'm not sure, Mike Kamano. A lot of fictional words it's hard to pluralize because they're fictional words, and so we're just kind of making up the rules as we go. Okay, that's cool. Yes, Venetia. I had to think about that for a second. Don't mistake me, Rare is really good at innovating, but a lot of the platforming puzzles and styles here feel really innovative, cool, interesting, fun, etc. Probably my favorite part of the game overall. Phoenixes. Phoenix guy? God, I don't know. Is that it? Is that all that's up here? Because I don't see anywhere to progress. I have played the first Ori game. In fact, I do randomizers for the first Ori game pretty regularly with my friend Gary. It's a lot of fun. I have not played the second Ori game because it's in the list, and that's when I usually play games first, is on camera. That's a good way to put that, Melkor. I'll agree with that. This game definitely has way more polish than a Rare game. But you're right that Rare has not only its own style, but it has its own uniqueness to it. Get this ready, just in case I change my mind. Then immediately change our mind. Those are fish bones that are jumping out of the lava, in case you can't tell. Okay. Thank you, Croatia. Wait, hang on. I might have to grab a thing. No, we're okay. Thank you, Croatia, very much, as always. If you know you want that one to go, please let me know. My choice. You got it. Putting it towards... What's the worst game on the list right now? Well, I don't need that yarn. But at the same time, I could totally get that yarn. Also, there's a giant knife over here. I mean, I've said it before and I've said it again. Jank isn't necessarily a bad thing. It certainly can be a bad thing. It can be a frustrating thing. But it is not automatically a bad thing. The aforementioned Ori and the Blind Forest is definitely a jank game, for example. The physics in that game have severe issues, and it's just you just kind of get used to how it operates. I kind of commented on that during our previous stream of it, but just so stupid. But when you start doing randos for Ori and the Blind Forest, you really start to notice the jank. And in some cases, rely on it. Well, he didn't come back. Not a phoenix. Confirmed. Ooh, we're getting fast now. Well, there's a yarn that I absolutely do not need. Yes, source engine physics. Jank personified. I mean, true, Crazy Horse, but even the vanilla game is janky. The physics are just kind of wrong in Ori and the Blind Forest. It's just a little bit too floaty, and it's a little bit too easy to slip off of a wall you're currently gripping, and just little details like that. Uh-oh. The illness has spread. Whoa! Spore Cloud. Jesus. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. COVID was me all along. I was just trying to get my fuel to get my spaceship to go home, because I'm a Time Lord. You notice, this is actually a game that's based on my own real-life true story.
Please.
Fine.
Gimme.
I still like Winnie the Flu best for that. Now we're going to immediately unequip that. Okay, I didn't equip it. Okay, so do we need to go after the goats or everything else? Nope, everything else. Got it. Okay, so there's a thing. I can actually see him on the map. Is there one over there? There's... What the hell is that nonsense? Oh, that's blocking off the pathway, so I can't actually take that pathway. That's interesting. What will I find there, Loner? As I take the stone and run. Well, since I can go this way, let's go ahead and go this way. We want to go left, apparently. If we can. Can't. Okay. What? Why is there lightning being caused by COVID? Don't answer that question. Next thing I hear, it's going to be the Megaragon variant, and it's going to cause lightning. Yeah, this is my original regeneration. Like, come on. This is a long time ago. Back when I was a young girl. Yeah, I've kind of always been the timeless child. Sorry. It's okay, I always will be, too. Because that's kind of how that works. I mean, if that happened, I'm not even sure I'd be surprised at this point, Dust Spider. Not because that makes no sense or anything, but because, you know, just at this point, I'm not sure anything in real life is going to surprise me. Oh, it was a while ago, though. It was on a completely different cycle. Oh, I'm being attacked by... So, COVID causing missile strikes. Flower missiles. It's okay. God, yeah, we're actually halfway through December, aren't we? I need to get paid this month. probably thinking, huh? Yeah, I have to do that manually, by the way. COVID missiles coming in. Coming in hot! So what do I do about this thing? Do I blow it up? Let's try blowing it up. Blowing it up did not work. Let's see. Well, that was actually really easy. Defeated! I blew it up with my umbrella. The goat is now sleeping soundly on a giant pile of poison. Maybe you shouldn't sleep there. Good thought. You know, I just realized this means that COVID is the boss, and by which I mean these flowers, is actually the boss of this stage.
Yeah.
So just look at the back at this point. That would... We found the cure for COVID. What is it? An umbrella! What? Yeah, an umbrella. Everyone starts wandering around with umbrellas. Yes, we have complete global saturation. I can't do it quite like he does. Nobody can do it quite like he does. Yes, this way. Please. I still can't go that way. Do it. Lethal Lava Land. One of my favorite Mario 64 stages. Okay, that's awesome, Sarah Mike. I mean, I think that's awesome. But I'm a weirdo. Okay, got it. Spiders. Spiders are the key. Bugs. I still think we should kill all the spiders, even if it means I die horribly. It is still acceptable to die horribly to be rid of the spiders. Lava cake? I can't tell. Whatever, we'll find out in a second. Yes, there is one on the lava cake. Maybe. It's hard to tell, actually. Whatever, it's up here somewhere. You like that total absence of low health beetle leaps, by the way? Because I sure do. It's actually funny. I was thinking about it. This game technically hasn't gotten that many positives. I mean, it's got a few, but it's not like it's swimming in positives. But what it isn't having is a lot of negatives that most games of this type have. Which, of course, is going to boost the score, because that's kind of how that works. Yeah, exactly, Jaron Duffy. That's pretty much exactly where we're at here. Okay, so I can't go to the lava cake. Interesting. Can't go over there. Right? Like it's not even gonna let me. Nope, it's not even gonna let me. Cool. I'll just fall to my death. I mean, I don't disagree, Twister. There's certainly a lot of, it's good enough. One thing that, I shouldn't say this out loud, but one thing that admittedly privately irritates me, even though it probably shouldn't, is when people just kind of, people defend buggy games because they're not as buggy as they could be. You know, they're better than the alternative kind of an argument. When you're used to bad, average is good, you know, that kind of a thing. Speaking of which, we now have COVID landmines. Or spikes coming up from the ground, however you want to call that. But I have an umbrella. Nothing can beat the umbrella. I mean, I myself also tend to acknowledge this is not as bad as it could be, but that's usually immediately followed by the word but, or however. It doesn't make it good. It makes it not as bad. Now can I go to the lava cake? Nope, still can't go to the lava cake. Okay. No excuses, Crazy Norse. Take him out back and shoot him. We have only 3 or 4 cosmetic bugs. No excuses. Oh. I mean, as with all things, there's also a gradient that people tend to forget. We say bugs, but the degrees of severity when it comes to bugs is a huge gradient. For example, as often as we mock, you know, Skyrim for its bugs, most of those are cosmetic and non-issues, right? Except when they're not. I myself have encountered game-breaking bugs in Skyrim, and I know I'm not the only person doing that. And that's vanilla Skyrim, not modded Skyrim. Some of you may remember this, but I actually had to use some mods for the Fallout 3 roleplay. Why? Because that game had crash bugs. Game would crash bugs. And I can name other examples, too. There's plenty of examples, which is sort of my point. There's a gradient. So it kind of depends. There we are. Whee.
This way for the lava cake!
Yeah, I can't do the lava cake right now. Okay, that's cool. I mean, it's okay, Disco. Yeah, exactly, Shiloto. Fallout 3, if we ever get to review that game, is going to get a negative for crashes the moment we start the game. Because I have extensive experience with just how crash-heavy that game is. We will probably have crashes during the playthrough, despite most likely using a mod to mitigate that. Right, I guess? We'll go right. I did actually spend a decent amount of energy on the Last Jedi rumination, so I'm glad you like that. Oh yeah, no. So, like, Fallout 3 will get 2 or 3 pluses for mod support. Most Bethesda games will get the 2 or 3 pluses for support. In fact, I don't even know why I'm saying that. They will get 3. I don't know why I'm phrasing that way. They have always been extremely heavy on mod support, giving you the actual dev kit and the actual dev tools, and just generally being very, very pro-mod, so... Like, I'm pretty sure we gave Oblivion 3 positives. Can someone check for that? Because if we didn't, we probably should. A little bit too fast. There we go. Now, you make fun all you want. In my mind, the Bethesda games are pretty much the golden standard of mod support. Come on. Grab the... Hang on. Die. Now grab the ladder. There you go. There you go. Okay, where is the stupid thing? No, Oblivion is actually the audit line, Luke. Oh, I'm sorry, Crazy Norse. I apologize. I'll go check. But usually the reason I ask other people to check while I'm streaming is so I don't have to do exactly what I'm doing right now and actually just pause the game. There's Oblivion. You hit the stream brakes. Yep, nope, looks like we only gave the 2. So we'll need to push that up to 3. That's fine. But yes, I'm never going to stream Oblivion again. I may never play Oblivion again. Not that I don't want to. Just, you know, that's life, right? At some point or another, you're going to play a game for the last time. Having successfully lore-runned and reviewed Oblivion is a good line for me. Wait. I have a webpage? Although, speaking of which, I need to figure out how to renew my CSR, because I don't actually remember how to do that. Because apparently my SSL certificate is going bad in like a few weeks here. And by going bad, I mean it's perfectly valid still, but apparently it's industry standard to require you to renew it every year. So that sucks. Looks like I wanted to go left. Well, that sucks too. All this way for nothing. Yes, I have. A classic run is a review, so... I have reviewed Oblivion. Reviewed and lore run. Doesn't get much more than that. Where the hell am I? Okay. That put me in a weird spot. I mean, the truth is, I'm just running out of games to review, guys. So I'm sorry, I shouldn't keep making fun of that. It's okay, Jaron Dauphine. I gave up on lore running long ago. I mean, I kind of did. It's not really a joke. Why are you so angry, goats? This just in. COVID turns you into a cold-blooded murderer. Oh, can't go that way. Okay, this way then. Nice. COVID also turns you into Game of the Year. Okay, this hurts. Wow! Alright. Where's it gonna drop us? Okay, that's not too bad. I don't think we lost pros resistance. Sheesh! I mean, the point hazardous is I'm not running out of stuff to review anytime soon. As long as my fingers still work, I have work for years to come. I mean, Cashel, honestly, you know... It's okay, I'm gonna invent the longevity vaccine. Just so I can get through the list. There's like an earthquake effect now, too. Jesus, how do I dodge that? You don't dodge it. Really don't. Wow, okay. Is there a heart up here? Yes, which is good. Jesus! Okay. This is interesting. Stay topside for a minute because holy hell. COVID's getting mean. Is that all of them? That can't be all of them.
Is it over? The air is clear again. And the goats seem to have come to their senses again. I don't really understand it, but I assume we have you to thank. We found this in a cluster of those flowers after they wilted again. You were pretty insistent on going after the others, so I guess it belongs to you? Thank you for helping us.
Cool. Yeah, it depends, Trihexia. I'm not a fan of most Japanese mecha. The subcon, well? But I am a big fan of mechs as a concept. Especially battle mechs. You know, Battletech. Well, I'm still waiting for when I'm supposed to do that, Don. Got that. Got that. Got that. Oh yeah, at some point we need to decide when exactly we're doing the Snatcher levels as well. Okay, so that's... I don't know where the hell it is. I didn't see it. That's where the cat... Okay, so cat area and wherever the hell that is. Yeah, no, exactly that, Dakota. It's just... there are exceptions, of course, because of course there are. But generally speaking, I look at it and it doesn't work for me. I have seen Robotech, yes. Screw it, let's just go ahead and buy it. Actually, King Crab is one of my favorites too, Trihexia. Although I'm really fond of the Marauder 2C. It's an old favorite of mine. So let's try this one out, just briefly here.
These telescopes let you look at faraway peaks.
That didn't seem to do anything. Well, whatever. I just like... I don't know. It is dialogue. We might have to reload, though. I don't know. Okay, what am I doing? Right. So I need to go to the cat area, and I need to figure out where the other time thing is.
Ye el ba but
Oh, okay. So cat area was that way, I think? No. Where was the cat area? Is that the cat area? Where the hell was the cat area? That's clearly the fire area.
Blow those horns to open up.
That's the cat area, right over there. Right. Looking at the... That looks catty, right? Oh, maybe not. That's like the windmill stuff. That was the cat stuff? I feel like it's over there. Good morning, Krenzler. Well, we all know merchants are shady.
The birdhouse is this way.
Because they're merchants. What else but a shady person would try to sell goods to someone else? That's just kind of creepy if you think about it.
The
Like,
birdhouse is this way.
economics? What kind of psychopath would be interested in economics?
Make sure you swing towards the path you want.
No, I want to go like that way, I think. Means I need to go up? Question mark.
Make sure you swing towards the path you want. Cling. The birdhouse is this way. Yeah. Hey, this way doesn't lead to any peaks. Bang! Hey, this way.
You know, that is true, Crazy Horse. And often made fun of for good reason. Alright, where the hell is this time port?
Hold on to that hat of yours here.
Back in my day, if we wanted something, we took it. We killed anyone who got in our way. Then we took it anyways. Then we killed them too. Infinite times. I was actually born as a Mongol, so, you know. Okay, that... Jesus! Ganged up on by raccoons and rats? I mean, cats? The other at. And birds. Jesus. And then the IRS showed up. That's when we got out the big guns, running away as fast as we could. It's a shame there's not a way to just check the rift location while you're in the level, you know? You're like, hey, what did that look like again? I mean, this is a pretty big stage. But it was on, I know it was on top of one of the houses. Not seeing over here. to Google. I don't even know what that hat is. Sorry, I'm watching a video. It's an interesting way to get over there, but whatever. Okay, blue and left. Got it. Be around, Dust Spider. Have a good one. We're gonna go blue and left. Uh-oh, there's another one.
Make sure you swing towards the path you want.
So far I've enjoyed each of the stage's gimmicks, with the possible exception of the woods, where you had to you grab the paintings to suicide the spirits. I will say the best gimmicks by far were the movie studio area. That was just awesome. In fact, I think I gave that area multiple positives, just because I really enjoyed what they did with that. Is it further? To YouTube. Yes, Savacom, that is correct. It's been a long time since I've been a 6-year-old girl, but I'll always remember those halcyon days. Listen, Crazy Norse, it makes perfect sense, I swear. Don't judge me. Alright, so up the windmill, waiting patiently. I should just, like, double speed this. Up. Cross to the golden one. Okay, that's not where I'm at all. Golden's down here.
I think this one. Take care, kid.
Other cat village. I do miss a good tea party. It's the only thing I miss about those days. Well, that and consuming time in order to progress. Although I guess most people consume time to progress, don't they? Whoa, I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry. What was that? You give that back. There it is. So I introduced my niece to Pokemon, kind of, yesterday. She's been interested in Pokemon for a while. but she's never actually played a Pokemon game, you know, an actual one of the RPGs. So I introduced her to Let's Go. Are you kidding me with this nonsense? Now, not only did she love it, which is kind of relieving to me, admittedly, but for those of you not aware, Pokemon Let's Go has something unique about it to every other Pokemon mainline game. It has co-op. So we were able to actually play through that together. And she was really excited about being able to catch a Pikachu. Because obviously she's a big fan of Pikachu. We managed to get up to Brock's gym and defeat Brock before I had to go. Or before she had to go to bed, actually. Oh crap, I didn't hit you. Oh crap! Are you invincible until you go visible? Because that's not how that works. That's spelled wrong. I'll break it to you. Ah. Samurai Jack? Is that even on the list, Loader? Either way, thank you very much. But yeah, my niece already is getting used to the vibe of being a Pokemon player because she saw a Pidgey and was like, oh, Pidgey is crap! I don't want a Pidgey. She didn't say it that way. Pidgey isn't good, I think, is actually how she phrased it. Wait, Samurai Jack's a show, isn't it? Is Samurai Jack on the list? Hang on. Checking the list. It is on the list. Okay, okay. Making sure. You can tell I'm definitely familiar with this show because it took me a moment to realize that it was actually a show. Yeah, she captured 3 different Pikachus. 2 Rattatas, one of which she gave to me to play as the second player. And, I guess we're done. And then she had to go catch a Bellsprout. No, that... Oh, it's a slow down time thing, but it's a panda? I don't want to be a panda. Yeah, you can't share the Pikachus. That's not how that works. Alright, so now I gotta find the other one, and by find the other one, I mean pull up the YouTube and continue to hit play so I can find the other one. So where's the other one? I know exactly where it is. No, of course not, Loner. I've never caught them all in any Pokemon game. What are you talking about? You don't know me. You can't judge me. Damn it, I equipped it by accident. How do I unequip that? Oh, whatever. Whoops, hang on. Ah. What the hell is that? Ah, okay. Got it. Listen, Loner. No, I didn't max them out. That's ridiculous. Thank you, Nithrius. Always. And I will put that towards Fell Seal, which at this point in time, I don't even remember what type of game that is. Don't tell me. I want it to be a surprise. I mean, that is true, Crazy Norse. I get judged every day of my life. And it's right here. Boop. Goatland, home of the goats. They're stuck in time because they, I don't know, they're dumb. I want to. Do it, Nithrius. I believe in you. I might not. My homework for getting work done before Christmas is to finish up to, I think it's episode 7 of the Trek rewrite for Enterprise. Which is the episode Civilization, if you're keeping paying attention. Oh my god, they added Chucksters. They did it. That was close. Okay. Oh, really, Savacom? That'll be interesting. She voiced in it! I mean, I guess that's not that unusual, voicing for a role that you don't know. Or for a series. How do I change? How change? How do? How change? Yes, we are now super edgy. All I see is horrible bloody darkness. Behold. Okay, so I think we're done here. Yes, we are done. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. I mean, Monster Kid had a lot of lines, although mostly in Chapter 3. Oh, this. Okay, I think I see what you mean. God, that's confusing. All right, so let's go with that. No, that. And that. Okay, there we go. Good morning, dyslexic. Which I'm gonna say that way because okay, yeah, let's do the Mafia level. Let's do the Mafia level. Which is up. I sense a trail in search of answers. Right, I still have the badge equipped. Yeah, fix that in a minute.
Get ready.
Really?
Go.
Bye. Oh, wow, he is fast. Wow. That's not super surprising, but damn. I'm guessing this is why they want you to have this badge to do this. Look at that. He is still outpacing me for the most part. Oh, bull crap. Hello? Nope, I lost. Wow! Okay. But yes, Dakota. Retry.
Ha-ha! Rockets are fast, and if Mafia on rocket, Mafia is fast. Fastest man alive! Little child want to race fastest man alive? Mafia stole timepiece from HQ. If you win, Mafia give it to you. It is on! Mafia not sure Mafia survive this, but at least Mafia die as fastest man alive!
Sonic might have a word with you about that.
Get ready. Go.
Bull crap. Bull crap. Disagree, sir. Screw that too. Sonitude. I suppose that's fair, though. Ta-da! We're done with that one. Okay. Done with that one, done with that one. Nobody actually answered my earlier question. So... apparently we should do the final chapter now? Question mark? What the heck was that all about? Those nasty plants flowered and infected the big goats or something? All I know is they got really angry and things got real stormy. It was a bad time for everyone. Very strange. Okay, well, whatever. Damn it, Snatcher. This is not your personal hallway. Mustaches rule. Oh, that's interesting. Alright, well, if we're gonna do it that way, then I guess we'll do it that way. Figure out where the final level is. You know, it's kind of rude to tell an old lady that she's old, I'm just saying. I have feelings too, you know. Time's End, the finale. I like how it's pseudo-symmetrical, too. Alright, whatever. I have been told I should do this, and so do this I shall. Why do you have statues of yourself? Why would anyone have statues of themselves?
I've been in hot kitchens before, but this is something else. I don't know how you're not breaking a sweat, but I'm really cooking. Maybe you can skip the queue and find out who's the head chef here, kid.
He's just like Time Island covered in lava, only different.
Oh, it's so hot out here, my liquid is almost boiling.
The boss will get us out of this. DJ Grooves is a star, you know?
Look, kid, I gotta be frank. Of all the places I've been visiting, this is unquestionably the worst. You've gotta go in there and show that girl who's boss, so that I can get back on the moon. The moon was much more fun than this. I believe in you, kid.
He's just... Mafia do nothing to deserve this. Mafia relax and live on island time. It's 5 o'clock there, always.
This isn't my menacing, oppressive home. Try not to fall in any lava, kid.
Greetings, fellow alleged criminal. There are very many of us.
In hindsight, maybe I could have done better with my life.
Hey, kid. How's that soul of yours? Still rattling around in there? I'd love to know who thinks they're a big enough deal to judge me. So I've taken a few 100 souls. Big deal. Do us all a favor, kid. Go check out who thinks they're better than us, and hit them. I don't usually advocate that kind of thing, but this is pretty authoritarian.
Mafia not like to be judged, make anxious, sweat through soup. Not sure if being judged on crime or cooking. Not sure which is scarier.
I'm really not getting to work on time.
That's ProZD, the owl.
We'll burn together! Soon! Soon!
Please stop being so suicidal.
We are all here for crimes. Allegedly. What alleged crime did you commit, fellow criminal? What legal term would you use to describe your crime? I see. So, this is the face of...
I've never done a crime in my life.
You're here too, lass? What is this place? I've never broken a law in my life.
Oh, whoever they are, I may gonna be judged by some mustached, heartless, hood-wearing, statue-posing, castle-dwelling, ticket-giving picnic!
Since when is being spooky a crime?
Good to see you, darling. Nice to know I'm not the only superstar waiting around this tawdry place. Slide on up past those doors and find out who's calling the shots, won't you?
What are we being judged for? All our movies were wholesome action flicks.
This is perplexing. Why have we birds been gathered here?
Smoke! Fire! Burning bright!
Try not to fall in any lava, kid.
There There is a lot of lava here for some reason. I'm not sure why you feel the need to have a giant lava castle. Note, I would totally have a giant lava castle. But, you know, whatever. Ignore that. More phoenixes, or whatever they are.
My fellow criminals have not re-emerged from the lava. Very strange.
Oh god. I can't afford to wait. Got it. I don't know what I got, but I got it.
Give me your back of the line ticket.
Jesus. Look at that area up ahead. Just look at that. Ah, yep. Apparently I didn't jump high enough. Well, I guess we're gonna have to do that all again. Or it actually has good checkpoints. Holy crap. Ah, where is it? Of course, there were hearts right there, too. That's the best part. Hello again, Elizar. How are the things? I do love being immolated, it's true. I mean, who doesn't love a good immolation, honestly?
Burning bright! Soon we'll all be
I really can't hit them when they're invisible. Huh. Whoa there! Oh, you get to die now. Just like Zalok gets to die. For daring to sub. Come back here! Well, while I While I wait, I'm gonna give you a shot of Mafia over there, enjoying his wonderful bath there. Thank you, as always, Alok. Much appreciate, much obliged. I'll put that towards the Guest of Glory series. That's a good question, Crazinors. Not a bad idea. It seems like it, Dakota, which is interesting. Jotting down some notes. Don't mind me. I don't think so. I think these are Dutch people. Right? I mean, I could Google it.
Watch your step, kid.
Yeah, I'm fine. I like as we go, there's just less and less platform to platform on. And more hazards on the way. Which I suppose is exactly how that should be. Yep, this is the line. You have to go through this to go be judged. Which is a wonderful implication, by the way. Go through this nonsense to be judged. And once you're there, well, you know.
Can't get through there. I'm no stunt owl.
Danish. There you go. Sorry, it's Danish, not Dutch. Big difference. My apologies. Oh, God! That was a little close, but that's okay. Everything's cool here. Everything's cool.
I can smell chicken.
That's not chicken, buddy. Is there like a first-person camera mode? I want to see these pictures. Maybe I'll just do this. There, we'll use mouse cam. So yeah, there's a picture of her on her throne of hourglasses, and over there there's her being the judge, of course. Lots of statues of hourglasses, because that's what you do. Oh yeah, she has a lot of my... What are you doing with my fuel?
I didn't punch old man for like 2 days straight that one time.
Oh, wow! What a touching story! Just kidding. Bad guy, next! I said next!
Listen, I just want my fuel back, so... Can I have my fuel back, please?
Oh, it's you. You've been kinda a selfish little pest, but, you haven't actually stood in my way. You get to go on. You're a good guy, I guess. Go on! You get to live!
I sort of need my fuel.
Next!
Listen, I'm just gonna take these here. Okay.
Excuse me! Don't you dare get anywhere near me. I don't think you quite understand who's in charge, little missy. You know, I was willing to forgive you. I once thought we were gonna be best buds. But nope, you turned out to be rotten and selfish. Save the planet from bad guys? Psh, who needs that, am I right? Look at all I've done without you. I've restored justice. I am the justice. No more bad guys. Ever. I don't need you. This planet doesn't need you. Nobody will miss you, and nobody will care. You are the bad guy, and I'll show you how this justice system deals with bad guys.
throw my fuel as ammunition. Damn. Take two.
I didn't punch old man.
Excuse me. Don't you dare. You look at. I don't need you. You.
Camera, what are you doing? Not know how to dodge that one. Camera. Oh my god, she's under the ground. She's underground. Huh. Maybe that fixed her? Damn. That looks like that fixed her. Damn, that thing is fast.
She can get lost! Mustached girl is not welcome here! Mafia say get lost!
That's right, get lost! No one wants you here. Isn't that right, big lad?
This alternate reality stinks. Get lost!
Get lost! Ain't that right, gang? Get lost!
Go!
Get lost!
Yeah, get lost! What? But I'm fixing everything. No more bad guys. Why can't you see that I'm doing this for all of us?
I mean, I don't care about them, honestly. I'm just here to get my fuel.
How can you stand behind these people? They're crooks, criminals, and you're helping them. This ends now.
Kid can't even hit evil mustached girl. We have to help.
I mean, it's okay, Elizar.
You got it, lad. Let's give her something she can jab at, that little red nuisance, so she'll get lost.
What?
Let's roll. Little girl, give us a shove right into that red lass's ugly mug.
Let's sign a contract, make this girl get lost. Once and for all. All right, let's go. I'll create, you'll throw.
Completely. But it still hits, because why not?
When Mafia explode, Mafia drop pawns. This gives Mafia an idea. Little Hat Girl need help to turn back time. If Mafia explode, Little Hat Girl get useful pawns. Mafia has to explode to save world. What? Plan is crazy. Hello, Mafia, no worry. If Little Girl succeed, Mafia come back when time rewinds. Now, punch me with all your might, fellow Mafia. No hesitation! Red-hooded girl, get lost!
Speaking of which, I could use some healing.
Here, take these!
Those Mafia lads. So foolishly brave. But what's the point of living if I ain't got me train anyway?
I mean, we always gotta get our daily YouTube-mandated suicide in.
Alright, DJ Grooves. The two of us are gonna help this little hat lass. Get ready for a mean punch. And you aim for my face. That's my weak spot. This angry red lass needs to get lost!
Cats.
What is this? If everyone disappears but me, then I'd be all alone. Bad guys, stop it!
No, you're the bad guy. Get lost! We don't need a hero. Get lost!
Get lost!
My powers are disappearing?
I love the logic. My powers are disappearing. Time to use all my powers at full tilt. Empty the tank. This is the victory lap, though. I basically can't take damage at this point. We win. Can I please have my fuel back? And that counts as one! Oh, give me a break. Yes, I did, Dakota. Drop a timepiece down and lend her some time power to defeat the Mafia. You may not be able to make it all the way home. No! Yeah, as much as I love the idea of being stranded in space without fuel, no. Thank you. Yeah, no kidding, it will chaos. What the heck? What?
Don't leave us!
Hey, kiddo! Let's make another contract!
Oh, don't you dare leave, lass!
Let's watch our movie, darling!
Yeah, go away. Go away, you weirdos. Also, we're apparently evil. Yep, we're evil. I mean, we already kind of suspected that. How did they get up to our... You know what, I don't even care. That is a very unusual ending, which I suppose fits the entire game, so whatever. That would be... Yeah, what changes if you give her the hourglass? Okay. Counter goes down. And we never make it home. I mean, we'd probably lose out on the fuel, Trihexian. We couldn't make it home. And we couldn't have the lava cake. Oh, that's stupid, Shigor. I spit on those people. I hunt down the developers and say, you will make a different ending. Okay, that's a fate worse than death, Doc Coburn. I'm guessing this is a stage we haven't done, because I don't recognize this one. So I guess spoilers a little bit. There's a... okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say this is the Meowkaza or whatever. Okay, so obviously we're not up to the DLC yet. As is the pattern, DLC usually is where games lose points. It's a pretty normal thing to happen. But as of right now, this is where our score is. Yeah, no, we're not the hero. We're just passing through. Yeah, no, this game is, in all honesty, blowing me away with how high the quality is. It really is. I'm baffled. But now we have a lot more extra content to do. We can also now play as Bo-Kid. That's the second player option. Probably Trihexia. But, I mean, who cares, really, am I right? Okay, so... we have a lot of extra stuff to do. Starting with... this stuff. So, yeah, exactly. In all honesty, I wonder if Mario Sunshine with time and tech could have been this game. And I mean that. Like... you know, I don't know what else to add to that. We just reviewed Sunshine. I don't know what else to add to that. a second water today, so I'd actually be prepared. Okay, so it doesn't... Let's test something here. Oh, don't cool down more than 2 times. Okay. So let's go get our third thing. It looks like it tells you after you've done the level 1s, which is interesting. I mean, did you see the score on Sunshine Twister? Because it was not a very positive score at the end. Especially if you don't know where everything is, like I don't. Pretty much. I feel like the one I'm going to want equipped is this one. No, Trihexia. Nobody likes Bow Kid. Or maybe they do, I don't know. This isn't caps going off. Yep, okay, good.
It must be hard to think straight and all that heat, you know. There's no shame in giving up.
To cool off now, and I'm nowhere near a cool off place, so that's cool. This is 1. The question is, can we cool off twice or 3 times? So I didn't. The way it was phrased is kind of weird. Okay, sure. Say, if we can only do it once, that's insane. And I'm probably going to give up on that right now. Really? Okay. Work with me here. Not against me. Oh, it does say it on the left. I didn't see that. You can tell I'm concentrating a bit. Things that mark. Come on, game. Yeah, I'm probably only gonna give this one shot, to be completely honest.
Oh, this heat's great. Personally, I prefer freezing to death.
It is a little bit more unpleasant. Oh crap, but whatever. I'll take it. That interrupted my jump. Nope. Go! Oh god, I'm stuck in the wall. No! I got stuck in the wall! I got stuck in the wall. So you don't have to go. Oh well. I give up. I said I'd only try it once, and I meant it.
Look up what need to give you.
Kill 5 Mafia without getting punched. Kill 10 crows without getting hit. Kill every type of enemy. I have to... What? No, okay, here we go. Yeah, I was gonna say, this is just the DLC challenge, which is fine. But I mean... Oh, okay. Thank you, as always, for telling me, Braven. Oh my god! Apparently I just can't do this one jump. Damn it. Wow. Okay. Oh yeah, I should probably kill this. Hello. There we go. Some of these jumps are interesting. How the ever-living hell, Emerald Chaos? Oh. Oh wow, I can't. Oh wow. Oh, that's awful. No, I actually really hated the jumping puzzles in Guild Wars 2. Mostly because they're really badly designed, and... I mean, they're typical with when it comes to MMO.
Is this what you call trying? These contracts won't fulfill themselves, kid.
Typical MMO jumping puzzles, aka not good. So, I've decided to never do this again. We're just gonna walk away from that entirely. So where's the rest of my DLC? Oh, I should go see what's up here. I have no idea how to describe what happened today. I'll probably just leave this diary entry blank. Sorry, future me. Yeah, exactly. Tor, Guild Wars 2, WoW, and FF14. All of their jumping puzzles all have the same problem. They're kind of crap. Okay. Where the hell am I going now? I did that. I need to try out that at some point. So I guess we'll go up? Did we already finish up? I'm trying to remember where I've been and where I haven't. Okay, so this is the final world, which we did. Yeah, it is. See, that's kind of the thing. Ah! I'm being attacked. The problem is, if you're gonna make platforms, you should probably make... Oh, there's no way, Walker. I still have like 2 DLCs to go through. We might start Control tomorrow, but honestly, I'd think, you know, pushing that out another day might be feasible. Alright, so what's this one? So there's a way up, it looks like. We already did that. Listen, Emerald Chaos. Oh, so this is the Nyakuza thing. Okay. Well, let's not do this yet. Although... we don't have enough... Damn it! I knew buying those badges would be something I'd regret. Oh, wait. At least our bathroom's clean. Oh, excuse me, that's the laundry room. That requires... where's a good place to get lots and lots of gems? Now that we've left the planet, time to go on a cruise. Why is this... Okay, whatever.
You know, after traveling on the conductor's train all the time, I'm looking forward to something a little more reliable.
Tell me about it. We're gonna have crows, mafia, owls.
I can't wait to get some time in the pool. Owls love water, you know.
That.
Well, if it isn't the little lass. How's stardom treating you? Tell you the truth, I'm taking some time off after that picnic DJ tried to, well, you know. Anyway, I'd better go ask about the childcare on board. I love these little blighters, but I can't bring them to the bar with me, can I?
No, you totally can. You just, you know... let them sip from whatever, it's fine.
Hey kid, you wouldn't believe how hard it is to get to the sun these days. That darn Steve, always one step ahead. Anyway, I thought I'd take some time off to relax. This should be smooth sailing, huh?
You took time off from vacationing to relax. Now, I'd make fun, but no, that's absolutely true.
I hope there's something to do other than take a dip. Keep it to yourself, kid, but we ain't the swimming type. Capiche? The boss wanted to be here, but when he heard the conductor is here, he decided to focus on his next movie instead. Yeah, the tickets for this thing are pricey, but we helped ourselves to the old one flipper discount, if you know what I mean.
Yep, owls love water, penguins don't. Got it.
Are we ready to sail?
That sounds like a no.
We hope you have a great time.
Oh my god.
Welcome to the cruise, miss.
Actually, you can see the ship name up there. The SS Literally Can't Sink is the name of the ship.
You look a little young to be sailing alone, pup. Whatever. Just don't get in anyone's way. The crew do enough of that already.
Hey there, dude. Dudette, I mean. I'm like ready for a nice cruise, aren't you? Hopefully there's nothing fishy about this ship, you know? I got ripped off on a dodgy vacation last year. It was like not rad at all.
Tell me about it.
Ah, first you kill me, then you torment me by booking passage on the only cruise liner here with facilities for people in jars. Such a rude little child. Were I not in a pleasant holiday mood, and still without a body, I would take my revenge right here and now.
Listen, if you had just given me the hourglass, we wouldn't have had no problems, alright? It's an old saying, don't start none, won't be none.
Ooh, wait a minute. It's you again? Ugh. You show up in my forest, assault me, refuse to leave, and then turn up to ruin my vacation too? You really are just the worst, kiddo. Yes, I'm hiding in a crate. Tickets are expensive.
You're not hiding very well, for future reference. Your natural everything is sort of corrupting reality around you, so you might want to have that looked at.
Got the old figures predictable. Booyah.
What did I do that's evil? Today, I mean. Like, it doesn't count if it's yesterday. That's how days work. They're kind of a reset button, you know? Oh, that's some reach. Just for that. Next time I'm in court, I'll be like, hey, so listen, Your Honor, that was yesterday when I brutally killed everyone who stood in my way. Including a judge who didn't know what to rule when it came to certain court proceedings. And then when that judge also doesn't rule me as innocent, I'll kill them, and then we'll just kind of repeat. I'll just kind of keep going up. Eventually, one of them will finally be like, you know, maybe this isn't worth my life. And then we'll be fine. Exact. See, Shadow Machine, you understand. It's the Assassin's Creed legal defense. Nobody sees you if they're all dead. I mean, you know, honestly, I'm okay with either outcomes alone. It's whatever, you know. Yeah, you can see the ship name a little bit better there. Does everyone have to do a jumping puzzle to be able to go on this cruise? Yeah. I'm just curious, really. Why does it not want to grab that thing? Look at this. Ooh, there we go. Jeez, I was way out there. That's true, we aren't paying.
Attention, this is your captain speaking. Is this thing turned on? All passengers, please check in at the lobby desk. I'll be on board shortly.
Welcome aboard.
That's true. Maybe this is just like, you know how every universe has their own rules? Maybe this is just the platforming universe. God, that gives me a story idea. Where platforming is just the norm, right? And everyone can do it, and it's just kind of culturally acceptable. And by everyone, I mean, of course, most people can. And some people are better than others, and some people have to take lessons or pretend. Some people need prosthetics to be able to do some of the platforming. But some people think that counts as cheating, and therefore they shouldn't actually be able to be allowed to compete.
It is good to be traveling again. Though the view here is not quite as nice as the Alps.
Yeah, exactly, Roxy. Like, oh, this restaurant looks nice. Oh, I don't know. It's only got a 3-star platforming rating. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, exactly. That's a great way to put that.
They serve fish in kitchen. Also, fish are guests on boat. Mafia try not to think about this.
Listen, cannibalism is awesome. Fresh meat. Hey, don't look at me. I've actually played Less of the Unlikely. For more hours than I'd care to admit to. Due to an extremely strange series of circumstances.
Egg.
Egg? Why is my model so low poly, by the way? Like, you see that my face is literally wrong. Is that a choice? Is that an option? Is something doing that? Or is that just because this area has so much stuff in it? Egg.
Egg.
Oh, there it is. It's right there. Virtual Kid. Yeah, okay. We'll go with Blood Moon instead. There we go. The Dracula outfit. Let me in. Let me in. I actually hope to review Less of the Unlikely someday, even though that means I'll have to beat the game. Which, well, you know how some games are just really built badly, so they're not hard so much as they are terrible? That's Less of the Unlikely.
I thought the pool would be heated seeing as it's so cold out, but it isn't. I almost froze my feathers off trying to take a dip earlier.
Alright, what kind of place doesn't have a heated pool? And by cool, I mean pool. And yeah... So, several of my family members have been on multiple cruises. I actually never have shot a machine, so it would be nice to do it someday. There is, of course, a difference between an average cruise and a nice cruise. But also, the problem is nowadays, cruises have become so normalized that there's different types of cruises, depending on what you're after, right? Like, some specialize in gambling, or some specialize in food, or some specialize in whatever. You get it. And of course, the cruise industry may be in the middle of dying because of coronavirus. No, seriously, it's actually something that people are considering, that it may just shut down as an industry.
Excuse me. No running by the pool, please and thanks.
Okay.
I don't know what everyone's talking about, kid. The pool temperature's fine to me.
Right. And yeah, Kira Whitenose is correct. Sometimes they're just a hotel that happens to be on the ocean. And that's fine, you know, I've no judgment. Cruises also, as a direct consequence of the aforementioned standardization, have gotten a little bit cheaper up until about 2 years ago. Which, yeah.
I tried to get the boss to tell us about his next movie before we left, but he's tight-beaked about it.
Something about the Meowkaza? I have no idea. Yeah, you know what? You're right. We should give a positive to story. Help me out. What's each of the worlds? Well, there's Mafia Town, and then there's other stuff. Okay, so Battle of the Birds. I actually already have that one. Subcon Forest. And then Alpine. And then here. What is the name of this place? The Cruise of whatever? Arctic Cruise. There. Plus. As usual, I don't have to explain or even tell you what the pluses are, so I won't.
Please watch your step, miss. It's a big dwarf past this wailing.
Oh yeah, obviously. Ah! Now I'll tell you the thing that I hope to do someday. Is that a mermaid seal? What? Even I probably never will, to be completely honest, but getting a full spa treatment would be nice someday. If I could hire any actor in the entire universe to voice Dive. It would be Colleen O'Shaughnessy, the voice of Tails.
The reception is this way, miss.
Mafia used to shipping containers and fish, not luxury cabins. Tickets definitely worth entire life savings.
Price isn't really the issue, Dream
Isn't
Whisperer.
the garden pretty, miss?
I would have to... I'd have to be comfortable enough with myself, and I'd have to be comfortable enough with another person to, you know, effectively be pawing over me, for lack of a better way to put it, in order to really accept that. And I am at neither of those places.
The reception is this way, miss.
Hey, Mr. Red, welcome to Adorableville. Population, adorable seals. Here's a map. A 3D map, actually. That's true, Dream Whisperer. But, and I know this sounds stupid, but I'd want to get the full tilt, no really treatment, you know what I mean? So, I don't know if you know this, Shadow Machine. I'm actually a professional masseuse, as in I am professionally trained. And I am damned proud of my massages, because I give damned good massages. I've only had a few massages in my life, and all of them were during the aforementioned training. It is unique, but, you know, the last massage I had would have been close to 20 years ago at this point. The last massage I gave would have been about a week ago. To give you a little bit of the contrast there. And this is going to Secret of the Stars. Thank you, Mr. Red. As always. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. I would absolutely give another plus for co-op if this had online co-op instead of couch co-op. Don't mistake me, couch co-op's good. But online co-op is amazing. Like, I would totally make PAX play this with me.
Attention passengers and crew. The ship is now leaving. Please try not to fall off.
Does that happen enough that you feel the need to warn the crew about that?
Good evening, fellow passenger. I hope you are enjoying your journey. Do you know where this cruise is going? It was written on all of our tickets, but the writing was smudged on all of them. It was a very unlikely accident. Can you remind us where we are headed? Oh, of course. I remember now, having seen it written down earlier on my ticket.
You gotta say it right, Lore Keep. You gotta really the K in that one, Lore Keep. Alright, now that Crazy Norse is gone, it's time to murder all of these seals. Yeah, no, that's exactly it, Shadow Machine. Few people... This sounds dirty, but it's not. Few people know the biology, the physiology of my sister as well as I do. Like, literally, she's gone to professionals who cannot give her massages like I can. And you know how you swell after giving birth? So her feet were really swollen. And I fixed that, because I can do that.
I have nothing left to sell. Please, visit me another time.
Shouldn't go this way, but whatever. Yeah, for those of you who have never given birth before, a common side effect is swelling. So, look forward to that. I hear Bregwin's currently pregnant with triplets right now. Hey, GF0. So, that they announced the Mega Man live action thing 4 years ago. I even commented on it during a lore week at the time. I also mentioned that it was finally getting some production standing going, aka they were actually starting producing the show about 2 weeks ago. But yes, I am aware of the fact that there is a Mega Man live-action show currently in production.
Hello there, fellow passenger. It is nice to meet you. For the first time, we crows all won our tickets in a sweepstakes. All of us. It was incredibly lucky. You must have bought yours legitimately. For purely casual reasons, how many pawns did you pay? Interesting. Pawns seems like a normal price for cruise tickets.
Yeah, it does. And yes, there was, Roxy.
Normal, and not incongruent with your bank statement at all.
Hi, how can I help you? You looking for something that looks like this? Well, have I seen that?
Okay, that is adorable.
Thinking very hard. Oh, I remember! We broke one of those and hid it from the captain. He wouldn't be very happy if he knew we made a mess. We tried to clean it up, but, we didn't do a very good job, and we lost some of the pieces. I'm very sorry, miss. Please don't be upset.
I'll kill you! No, it's in more pieces than one. Must get the missing shards. There's one in every room. Oh, great. Okay. Anyways, GF0, sorry, I didn't mean to sound as condescending. It's just... It's funny to me, because that's the kind of thing that happens in my life right now, right? Someone's like, hey, did you hear about this, Lauren? I'm like, yeah, I talked about it last week on that show that you don't watch. And it just makes me feel sad that nobody watches my show. Anyways.
What?
There's 11 pieces. Oh my god. Live action. So, I've talked about this before, recently even. There's a real benefit to live action when it comes to shows, to television. Because live action adds a layer of believability that animation effectively cannot match.
Kid.
The thing is... Oh, hey, and it actually keeps track. Check it out. We have the one green one. Okay. The catch is, it's so much harder to do live action and make it look believable, to add the exact same thing I was just talking about. By contrast, animation, what you need to do is you need to pick a style and stick with it. Yeah, I was gonna actually point to Cowboy Bebop as an example of a recent attempt at a live action thing which didn't succeed at it.
This is the only bathroom on this thing. There has to be another way in. Oh, I'm getting desperate over here, kid.
I mean, the edge is over there.
Sorry, I crashed a food court and spilled the drink, so the bathroom is closed right now.
Oh god, I can just imagine Rock being super hunky. And in love with Roll, because that's as creepy as we could possibly make that. I will admit, if you asked me to visually stylize Rock in live action, I'm not sure what I'd come up with. Like, several of the characters, no problem. Dr. Light, yeah, no, that's easy. Dr. Wily, also easy. Hell, even some of the bosses are relatively simple to do. But trying to come up with a look for Rock that is live action, you know, that isn't CGI or whatever, it doesn't quite work, you know? Okay. Need to do that. Ah, whatever. He deserved to die. No seals past this point. Well, that would be vomit-inducing, Shadow Machine, so that is a direction we could go with. But honestly, I feel like going for deliberately inducing vomit in your viewers is probably not the best move.
I'm busy, pup. The ship doesn't steer itself.
I agree, it can be done, Bella. But the only reason I was using Cowboy Bebop as an example is to illustrate my point, that it's harder to do it. That you have to do a lot more work to make live action work. You can't just adapt a superhero to live action and say, there you go, done. Right? Same thing with video games, same thing with anime, same thing with anything.
Well, hi there. How's it going? To tell you the truth, it feels good to have someone else cooking for a change. I get to relax. Though I wonder what their kitchen is like. Maybe I could just take a peek.
Good point.
Mafia bit down on something hard in this food. Child should take it back to kitchen.
Well, gimme. Gimme.
Mafia bit down on something. Mafia bit down.
Please let me pick up the... There we go. It's an interesting kitchen. I mean, it's better than the Mafia kitchen, so that's something, right? But I'm not sure I would eat anything from this kitchen. That's all I'm saying. I didn't realize that was a theory, Trihexia. I just assumed that was true. So I guess that's my thought on that.
Oops! We forgot to secure the tables. They're sliding all over the place.
I would never go on this cruise. Unless I had infinite power, then it'd be okay.
Hello! I'm on a break.
In the sink?
Ouchie! Fire's really hot!
So, you could put that quote under every... In fact, hang on. Someone do me a favor.
Ouchie! Fire's really hot!
I'll do it. Every DPS in an MMO ever. I've been told the live-action Death Note is pretty good. I have not seen it, though. So I can't speak in personal to that one.
Please be careful, miss. We have a tiny problem with the ovens. It's very hard to reach up these counters. Maybe we should have gotten some smaller ones.
Is this the laundromat?
These towels are very comfy. I'm supposed to be working, but it's so nice.
Oh my god, they're actually cats! That's how this is gonna tie into the cat DLC. It all makes sense. Wash, dry, fold. Wait, there's no detergent! That's unacceptable! I'm not saying cats are lazy. I'm saying cats are cats. Sorry, that's just life. Any cat owner knows what a cat is like. Just not me, consequently, because I don't own a cat. I'm surprised there isn't a plush for these seals. Like, probably on Etsy or something, but you know, still. Oh, that was off-center. There we go. Listen, all I'm saying is that all cats are horrible and all should be eaten. That's all. Almost made that. I actually do like Korean food. A good pho is just, oh. There was a really good pho place by where I used to live, which based on the phrase used to live, you can guess how much I miss that. Then again, there's a really good Indian place by another place I used to live at, which I also miss, so whatever. And this is why I need the ability to teleport. Not for all the other reasons, no, it's just so I could go to the really nice restaurants. Okay, that was strange. Speaking of which, I just noticed the time.
I hurt myself. Will you take me to the captain, please?
Well, but Okay. Come here, adorable seal. Come here and die!
I said I'm busy, pup.
I have here.
What do you want, pup? One of the crew hurt themselves again? What do I look like, a doctor? Kiss it better yourself.
Thank you for kissing my ouchie, miss. I feel better already. I found a shiny glass, but it's all yours.
Okay, that's really adorable. So, when she was younger, she'd get a bump. And she had a thing where it would hurt and she'd be upset about it right up until someone kissed it. That made it better and she would immediately forget about the pain. How much of that is psychological and real is up to you and honestly doesn't even matter. But one time she was like, I hurt my hand. So I was like, okay, here. No, other finger. Get all the fingers. Thank you. And then off to play. Yeah, sorry, I've been meaning to tell you all, but the most adorable person on the planet, it's already been decided, so there's not really a lot of room for that contest anymore. Sorry about that. Well, in my opinion, it's kind of a combination of both, because what it is human beings actually have tremendous control over their own ability to deal with their own pain. But that's a learned skill. You know, it's not something that's automatic. So what is most likely happening is that it does hurt. And when we, it's like, here, kiss it to make it better, what happens is it does actually make them think, okay, this is now better, and so they pay attention to the pain less, right? Thus, they learn, even though they're not trying to, how to deal with the pain, right? Sorry for pausing, but I just noticed the time, and like I said, I've got to get a pizza. I've literally... You know how boring and square I am? I schedule my food stuff generally weeks in advance. Let's see here. Where's this pizza place? And today's schedule is I need to get a pizza. That's going to be today and tomorrow's food. And you might be thinking, why? Well, it doesn't actually have to be pizza. It can be whatever. But I need to get the pizza emote in FF14. That's very important. What do we got here? What's our options? There's a place called Burrito Affirmation. I've never even heard of that. Has anybody ever heard of that? Well, yeah, when you decide things in advance, it's all kind of lines up a little bit better. And it's not like you have to follow the schedule. That's the thing some people mistake. The schedule is the default. You can drift if you need to. Ooh, Red Lobster's delivering. I can't wait to spend way too much money on crap seafood. No offense to anybody who likes Red Lobster. Oh, here we go. Do you have... They probably don't. Will that fix my squareness, though, Mike Romano? Like, is that how that works? In fairness, I will probably get more round from eating pizza. That is a true statement. Screw it, I think I'm just gonna get Chipotle. How am I looking? Yeah, in a few days I'm going to be cooking chili. Wednesday, specifically. And then Saturday I'm going to get groceries, which means I'm going to refresh on the, what I call the perishables group, which is like my sandwiches and stuff. Because bread and fruit go bad really quickly, so I have to, that's part of why I started scheduling my food. I have to be very careful about when I have super perishable food on hand. Because I really don't like wasting food. I'm not a fan of that. If I have a mold issue, then we have a problem. But no, like, the bread I get is made with absolutely no preservatives. It's literally baked in the bakery the day I get it. Which is how I prefer it, of course, but the price for that is... it goes bad in under a week. There's really nothing else for that, you know? What I should have done is I should have ordered this in advance. You can do that. Yeah, Wonder Bread I actually can't stand. No offense to anybody who likes Wonder Bread, just no thank you. Yikes. You know what I mean? Hawaiian chicken, ham, grilled chicken, bacon, pineapple, and 3 cheeses. That sounds terrible. Ugh. I mean, that sounds wonderful. Please don't kill me. Wonder Bread turns to glue in the mouth. That is a wonderful way to put that. So you're like Undyne, Ross? Homemade noodles are the best, but I get store brand. They're the cheapest. That looks good. We'll do that. Bacon, onion, sliced tomatoes, white sauce, and 3 cheese plus feta. Feta? Feta. Let's do that. Actually, you know what? I changed my mind. Let's be boring. Let's be boring. Store brand bread, bleh, is still better than Wonder Bread. Wonder Bread is garbage. I would not eat Wonder Bread if given a choice. And I should know, because I have. Back in the super cheap days when I was going to college, trust me, I found all kinds of extremely cheap methods of eating, and most of them were so terrible that I can't eat that stuff anymore. No joke. Let's go steak and jalapenos. That sounds like a good combo. There we go. Perfect. I'll take Wonder Bread over gach, because I don't like food that's still moving in my mouth. Call me a weirdo. Okay. We tip big, because of course we do. Yeah, instant ramen is a perfect example of that nonsense. Code. This is the code. Yes. Okay. Food ordered. All right.
What do you mean we aren't on the list for dinner? We paid exactly pawns for tickets, just like every other real passenger. There will be a bad review left on this cruise trip.
Welcome, ma'am. I don't think we have any tables for one right now.
Oh, it's okay. I ain't hungry. I'm getting pizza.
I'm thinking of quitting the movie business. Conductors' movies are always just action. Where's the drama? Where's the artistry? Maybe I could work in video games instead.
That's a good idea. Video games are better than movies in every way.
I followed some nice new people on Chirper today. I'm sure I won't regret it.
Anyways. The handwriting is surprisingly good for a seal.
Hello! I need to get all these empty glasses, but I dropped them. Can you help me, miss?
Sure.
Egg.
Egg! Hey, that's nice. There's a shard in this drink. Yeah, give me that. Damn it. That should not be funny. Yeah, one thing I will say about this game is it successfully manages a tone that very few games do. There are some, we've actually reviewed a few, and that tone is delightful. You know what I mean? It's kind of a lighthearted thing, but it's not necessarily, you know, a full-on parody. It's just... In all and total sincerity, Mr. Ed, I think it is more likely that I will take over Square Enix than we will get Final Fantasy 100. And that's my answer to you.
This way to the... hello! That's a tough habit to shake.
You're getting really good vibes from the streams. We need chips to play, though.
He was missing one of his feathers.
Alright, I beat up people for their chips.
I have family in... I am very glad that this is where we are going. It is why I got on this cruise. Of course.
Even if there was a...
Very non-suspicious. I was actually showing some of this game to my niece yesterday. And she was like, I want to play this with you. And I was like, well, no. She's like, why? It's like, do you really want me to show you? She's like, yeah. It's scary. She's like, she hesitated a moment. She's like, okay, go ahead and show me. And then I showed her some of my footage of the Queen Vanessa section. She was like, yeah, I don't want to play this game anymore. I was like, okay. I'm feeling lucky. There's a star stuck in the machine, which I now get.
Right as he was about to sneeze.
You look too young to gamble to me. Sorry, miss.
Hey, hey!
Also, please stay off the desk.
Hey! It's the only way to talk to you.
And the owls don't like to give their blueprints.
The most beautiful part of the U.S. geographically. Oh, that's actually tough. That's really tough. Let me think about that for a minute. I haven't been too many places in the States, but I have kind of, you know, hit all of the coasts. So my first thought is the Oregon coast, specifically. But then we've got the desert, which is actually legitimately gorgeous. And then we've got the Rockies, which I have been up into. Yeah, the Pacific Northwest has its issues, but environment is, well, for me, not one of them. Yeah, I've actually talked about that before, Sierra Mike. Deserts, for me, are a wonderful place to visit, not to stay. You know what I mean? I'm sure I'm not alone in that kind of mentality.
Watch your step there, Spark! It'd be real shocking if you slipped. I'm positive they could make it a little safer down here, but I guess that'd really amp up the costs. Anyway, it's nice to have a guest down here. Most folks don't appreciate the hard work I put in to keep the mood electric.
Unstorm? Sorry, I gotta say that right. Unstorm! There we go. Yeah, a month would be a bit too much, I think. Although, so, someone mentioned Colorado in chat. I've actually lived in Colorado for quite some time. And that's another example of a place that's funner to visit than to stay at. Don't mistake me, I'm more tolerant of cold, so I prefer cold environments. But Colorado is walk to school through multiple feet of snow every day cold. Speaking from experience. That being said, skiing in the Rockies is awesome, which I am fortunate enough to have done. Oh yeah, and Ross is correct. I actually do like a decent amount of California in terms of everything to do except for the people. Hold up. I Drink From Ham apparently has donated, and I completely missed it? Which isn't really super surprising. But is a little surprising. You know, a little surprised. We're gonna go check the donation thing here. And there is a donation from I Drink... How did I miss that? When was this? It was just a few minutes ago. How did I miss this? Is it not notifying me again? No, it's right there. I'm just an idiot. I didn't hear that at all, I Drink From Ham. I'm sorry. Thank you very, very much. I am always appreciative. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll put that towards Mark of the Ninja? You got it. And I will take your comment as a compliment. Because, I mean...
The garden prettiness.
I mean, that's the goal. You know what I mean? That's, for lack of a better way to put it. So, someone, I think Ross, actually, commented on this. That even all the way back when I was doing the Voyager stuff for the first time, one of the goals was to be tolerant and understanding. To acknowledge and accept other people's viewpoints, to not just kind of rant or tell someone that they're dumb or wrong for thinking a certain thing, you know? That's been the goal for a very long time. I don't always succeed, but I try. How do I get up? I think I have an idea of how to get up. Terrible, awful, no good, very bad idea. It'll take a minute, though. Or, I'm already done with it. No diving, no running, no food. Thank you. Fools. What is this thing? Is this just decoration? Is that what this is? Okay, I've walked up this thing before. There we go. What? Now I'm confused. Well, yep, that makes sense. God dang it!
Get me a sinking ship on the rocks. Oh, and make the good part a double. Oh, I didn't notice you there, lassie. Out roaming, are we? If you're after a drink, I think they might have some wee bottles of juice. You're a capable one, sure. But what I'm having is nae for young lasses.
You know, I'm not an alcohol person in general. Everyone knows that about me. But what I wonder is, you're on a rocking ship out in the ocean. Why would you want alcohol now, of all times? There we go. Ah, shoot. And I immediately screw up. That's okay. At least I'm a little bit higher up.
I forgot to download anything to listen to before I left. And there's no Wi-Fi signal out here. This holiday is the worst.
Hashtag relatable. Or hashtag, you know, taking a dig at certain types of people might be a better way to phrase that.
Hello, miss. We hope you like the ship. We work very hard to keep it clean and tidy.
I can tell. That's why there's a giant mess literally right next to you. Why is it there? I think the word you're looking for is adorable, Mr. Red.
Oh, hey, dudette. I was just chilling, you know, and I noticed this broken glass around. Weird, right? It belongs to you? Oh, cool, I guess. No judgment, you know. Pretty gnarly picking that stuff up with your bare hands, but like, whatever floats your boat, you know?
Listen. You don't judge me. You don't know me. Besides, I'm an alien, so it's okay. That was a lot of work to get that one thing. My goodness. Bing! I've identified a strange relic. It's made a time rift here, apparently. This is a cake museum, a fancy metal platform for displaying cakes. What kind of person would just show them off, though? They're for eating! I can't reach the ones on the top shelf. Look at the size of that ship. Maybe I should have made mine bigger. Anyway, this should be fun. I deserve a holiday after all this running around. What if there's more timepieces here, though? I wouldn't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine, Von Falkenstein. Don't worry about it. Just use this. It's probably faster. Yeah, I'm not sure, Emerald Chaos. There's a couple of question marks I have about the lore of Hat Kid, but, you know, it's okay. It's cool. What? Okay. Why are we... Okay. I mean, that would fit the norm, Roxy. It's either that or she's a dragon, you know, one of the two. And canonically, someone...
Hi, miss. How can I help you? Oh? There's something you want in the lost and found? The captain lets us pick something from it if we work very, very hard.
What?
You could help. But you'd have to ask him nicely. Just follow the mess to his room.
Okay. Can I just take it?
Miss, you're not supposed to open that unless the captain says so.
Who's gonna stop me? That's mine! In my lost and found. Give me that! Also, oopsie whoopsie. You can see on the... Hang on. So people pointed this out earlier, but here, let me get you a good shot of it. There you go. Oopsie whoopsie. Steals! Actually, that was a... So basically, this is Fire Emblem, Krenzler. But yes, I did. Where's my mouse? I've lost my mouse. There it is. I lost my mouse! In the Lost of... Found lots of... What? Oh, whatever. First of all, thank you very much, Random. I do always appreciate very, very much. Thank you. Second of all, does that mean you're doing better off, like, you know, financially, job-wise? Because if you're not, I will refund the hell out of that. It's okay, I still got it, Krenzler. It's, you know... What's funny is I got into... Okay. Well, you don't have to, Random. I understand what it's like to have bills that are tight. But I do appreciate it. And I'm glad you got a job. I hope the job works out well for you. And I hope I win the lottery this week so I can just hire you on full-time as a voice actor. Maybe a producer. I don't know. We'll figure something out. So basically, series was actually introduced to me very recently with the Persona 5 one. Which, it was so accurate and so to the point that I was dying laughing and decided to look into the rest of this to show the rest of the episodes on my own. Because holy crap. Oh, and I put it towards Mother 3. Sorry, I didn't say it out loud. That is the rule. It's a rule for a reason. Getting hit by plates and trays, very important.
What's that, pup? You want to help out?
No, I want the thing that is mine that you're currently... Are they playing Snake?
Sure. Maybe something will get done around this mess of a boat for once. It'd be a first. All right, you'll need to deliver drinks, some food, and a few other things. And do it quickly, pup.
Good.
Oh, and there are some other jobs that'll need doing, so pay attention. Are you ready to start?
Well, my lunch break is in 3 minutes, so no.
Well, come back when you are. This ship isn't gonna clean itself up.
Why not? That would be extremely useful. Have you looked into that? As a thought process, you know? Maybe try to... Okay, never mind. Is that Space Invaders? So that's... Okay, so that's Pong. That's Asteroids. And you're right, that is Space Invaders. That's awesome. It's terrible, of course, because those games suck, and nobody in their right mind would play them if they had access to anything else. But, you know, I'm just saying. That seal is playing Galaga. I'll be back in about an hour, guys. Maybe a little longer, depends on when my pizza shows up.